we are here, and you are there watching. uh, we're going to jump right into it with the intro. With some rage sated, the assault on the pirate base ultimately led to more questions for some of you. What was the Alliance runner transporting? Why did the other Alliance vessel not retrieve the far smaller ship, or anything inside, only leaving it to be looted by pirates? Why are there no files on Earth? And what is Oni Nefari? This world linked to those empty folders. And what is the black on starlit night? For most of you, the last week has consisted of researching these things to little avail. Cleon, you've had the most success, if it can be called that, looking for information on Oni Nefari, though you aren't sure how it pertains to Earth. Oni Nefari is a quarantined planet, highly radioactive and ruled by mad cannibals that are happy to eat any humanoid creature, or really any organic creature they can sink their teeth into. Armilla, you've taken the last week since the assault to finally catch up on your research, though also to little avail. You've gained no epiphanies from your recent work, but progress is being made inch by painstaking inch. You are still convinced the answer is out here somewhere. Some days ago, a priority mission came through to the ship. A colony by the name of Nufactory is requesting immediate assistance. They require a shipment of medical supplies to deal with an outbreak of some unknown ailment and help in finding a number of missing colonists. As Captain Black spoke in the initial meeting, Anzo clearly tensed at the mention of the colony's name. When pressed, he delivered the colony's information rather than Black. Nufactory. Cave colony. One of colonies founded by the Free Vatborn after the last rebellion. I have no part in this. Will remain on ship. But no. If directors are asking for help, they are outside their depth. Probably are scared. I'd say leave them to squirm. But I know most of colony is not directors. So I not veto. I just not go. There's a tense moment, as if there's a pause for any questions you might have after he delivers that speech, as it were.
These missing colonists, what led up to their disappearance, do we know?
Captain Black responds, all we know is that every single individual who went missing was afflicted by this same ailment immediately prior to their to them going missing. And though I don't know that I have the answers as to why, apparently they shouldn't have been able to get anywhere. You'll have to ask for more details when we get there. Any other questions?
I'm actually going to ask. I forgot his name. Anzo.
Anzo, yeah.
Have you been to this colony?
This one, no. Anything else?
Do you think there's anybody you know there?
If so, no one I want to talk to. Maybe someone I want to punch. all the
Who is
better
that
I stay on
speaking?
ship.
Indeed.
And who's that speaking right now?
That's Onzo, the
Onzo,
Vatborn, the
okay.
big guy.
Gotcha.
All right, so if there's nothing with that, that meeting does come to an end. A day later, Murdeto takes the ship down to the world's hostile surface, cleanly evading the massive gouts of acid springing up from its face and the dense electric storms that dance about in chaotic patterns, but most especially evading their points of collision, which lead to highly electrified acid spouts sure to cause damage to even the most reinforced vessels. The Jumpglider's edge cautiously glides through the massive cavern mouth that leads to Nufactory. Landing safely. Most of the crew is abuzz with excitement, as many of them have scheduled some time off in the Cavern Dark pub, while Cleon, Xylos, Armilla, and Dr. Wobblestone and his assistant, Zosta, aid in the medical issue and search for the missing colonists. With that, Cleon, the three of you... With that, Cleon, as the three of you pile off the ship out of the cargo bay, with one of Xylos's lifter bots carrying the crate of medical supplies, you are reading your scanner, which details the location of the colony's clinic, as well as a few other important locations, like the pub, and states that you are to meet the colony's security chief, whose name appears to be... You sort of double take looking at your scanner. Appears to be P01, and before heading just to meet P01 here before heading anywhere. But as you stand there, I imagine the lifter bot just like holding the crate, staring forward. It's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes of you guys just standing here waiting. At this point, a number of a number of the crew members, the first batch, if you will, have started to pile out of the ship and headed towards the pub. Do you guys want to keep waiting?
We're starting to meet this P01 here before going anywhere else, right?
Yeah, that's what the instructions say.
I think honestly, however anybody else reacts, Cleon doesn't react. So
just continues to stand there, back in statue form.
Mm-hmm.
And what Xylos will be doing is sort of studying maps of the facility and
sure.
Connolly.
Yeah.
And have his drone sort of look out for this P01.
I will say,
yeah,
go ahead.
But yeah, just reading the scanner, checking the maps, that sort of thing.
I will say, standing here, and it's up to you if this takes your notice, Armilla, but a large portion of the upper ceiling of this like massive cavern entrance is just like lined with this like faintly glowing fungus. That's and it goes down the walls, and it sort of gives like this whole area like this nice like bluish purple glow that sort of just fills the whole vicinity. There are a number of lights that sort of dot down the larger cavern. They seem to be indicating a path one that leads towards a bunch of, if you look at the map, a bunch of storage. Here, I'll do this. I'll show you guys the map. You guys are currently at the landing bay. One path leads to the storage area. The other leads to Nufactory Goods and Trade, the Cavern Dark pub, the security office, and then onward towards housing and a bunch of other stuff. But these lights are of similar brightness level. They're very dim. You'd wager that, and maybe this is probably no surprise to anyone, that an appropriately bright flashlight would probably incapacitate everyone who lives here.
Definitely.
But it is more than enough to see. It's just not bright light, right?
Gotcha.
To answer your question, I was contemplating my friend Anzo and his reaction.
Sure.
But then when I saw the fungi on the wall, I will naturally go over there and pet it. And
Hey,
just
fair
kind
enough.
of look at it and check it out.
There's like
That's
this
how I'm doing.
this like momentary spore reaction as like while you're touching it, you sort of like vaguely glow for like a half second. People only sort of like see out of the corner of their eye, and then like, wait, did I see that? But after quite a few minutes, probably like close to 15, if not more, an individual, clearly a Vatborn, gray skin and muscled form, well apparent, but much smaller than Onzo or any other Vatborn you've ever seen, jogs briskly towards you, shouting, sort of like waving their arms, like shouting, "Apologies, apologies. I meant to be here sooner, but we've had some further developments. I'm Paul. If you could follow me to the clinic." He sort of like half turns and like looks back to like get the ideas if you guys are gonna follow him or not.
Leon, I ask, are you P01?
Oh yeah, yes, that's Paul. It's Paul.
Okay.
Which he says, and he briefly pauses and looks up at your ship as if he's noticed something, but he quickly shakes it off, only to look upward again a moment later. This time at the cockpit, as if startled. But after another moment, he steels himself and motions for you to follow. You guys gonna follow?
Yeah. I think Cleon would have noticed that at least. I don't know if is there any way Cleon can glean anything out of what he just witnessed without literally asking questions.
Give me an insight.
Sure.
Maybe you'll get something. Maybe you won't.
Did it work? 11.
Almost. It was initially recognition, and then and you're not going to be able to read more into this than just the general like type of thing that they were. It was like, oh, that's familiar, followed by, oh, that's bright, like as if someone looked into a flashlight or something.
Gotcha.
As we just talked about.
Right.
Okay, I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
The ship that we came down in, isn't this Onzo's ship?
Isn't this Onzo's ship? I mean, Onzo's been on the ship since the ship was like commissioned and created. Yeah, so kind of, but he's not the captain or anything.
No. We're talking about the ship that we came down on,
Mm-hmm.
that he's looking at.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna say, I'm just so glad to meet another Batborn. My best friend is one. Let's see if he responds to that.
Interesting. Still.
His response is interesting.
Yeah, looks at you, says interesting. Still sitting on the ship, are they?
Yes.
Just to clarify real quick, I mean, the Jumpglider's edge landed.
Yes, the ship
right?
is landed.
Yeah, our
ship
ship
landed, yeah.
That's right.
Correct.
Oh, so it's not just like a...
it's not just the drop pod, the whole ship landed. Yeah.
Gotcha, yeah.
Okay.
Which is a rare occurrence, but that is what happened. To be fair, it is a massive cavern opening in a landing bay large enough to facilitate the ship. And others, so...
And we had a whole bunch of the crew wanting to go to the bar. So there you go. We don't really want it flying around without them.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. If nobody else speaks, Cleon will well, I guess Xylos is the one who's controlling the lifter bot, so
Yeah.
Cleon wouldn't necessarily order the lifter bot around, but just
Yeah,
start to
like
proceed to follow him,
yeah,
basically.
like Xylos is basically just waiting for sort of some indication of a go ahead, like be it like just a head nod or even just Cleon heading on to sort of
That's
have the lifter bot head on.
and that's
Because
exactly Cleon just takes steps toward like he's going to follow. So
yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and,
So, yeah.
lifter bot and Xylos also heading on.
Yeah, and as Paul heads down the path towards roughly where the clinic is, as indicated by the map, he sort of like looks over his shoulder and he goes, "Well, do you guys have any questions before we get to the clinic?"
How many have disappeared?
At the moment, 4. And to give myself a proper introduction, I am Security Chief Paul. Glad to meet you.
So my next question is: were they all sick?
Yes, every single one. By my understanding, they wandered out of the clinic sometime after the doctor had retired for the night. In one instance, one of the night nurses was quite shaken by the incident as he was shoved to the ground as this individual walked out, which shouldn't have even been possible by my understanding. But I'm no doctor.
not attacked.
Not attacked, just shoved out of the way when he tried to stop this individual from walking out.
Understood.
I'm sorry, just one question. This illness that they have, does that impact their movement at all, or they sort of as good to be able to sort of walk and run as any person would be?
I suppose I can give you a list of the basic symptoms as far as I understand them, and when we get to the clinic, you can ask the doctor for more details. In most of the cases, it presents as severe crippling stomach pain, which typically passes in about 24 hours. Most individuals are fine after this time, but about 20% of those afflicted with the stomach pain find themselves in waking up the next day after 72 hours in a state of deliriousness, and with the stiffened movements. They're severely slowed, as if their joints are stiff somehow.
Oh God, sounds like zombies.
During this time, the individual complains of being extremely cold, despite profusely sweating, and they attempt to increase their bodily temperature by any means that they can. We had one man try to crawl inside a furnace, which was most unfortunate. Only suffered minor burns, but could have been far worse. Eventually, the delirium grows to full on hallucinations after about 12 hours. And by the latter half of that fourth day, the individual is left bedridden. The stiffened motor functions have grown so severe that in most cases they can no longer walk, and they're just left delirious and tossing and turning in a bed. That is what the clinic is largely filled with at the moment, is a number of individuals suffering from this condition. And than in the case of the now four individuals. Suddenly, after the, I believe, 5th day, they get up and walk away, and we have no idea where they go.
After hearing all of the symptoms, and I don't... In fact, if you're not done, please continue. But
No, that is all the symptoms.
Okay.
But I imagine, like, Dr. Wobblestone and Zosta are behind you guys, and he's just like, most curious.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Odd.
I was saying with Cleon's age and his proficiency in biology,
Sure.
and hearing all of that, is Cleon, does it ring a bell? You know what I mean? Like, does that seem like anything he's ever experienced?
Why don't you give me a biology check or medicine if you have it, and this goes for all of you. If you have if you are proficient in biology or medicine, give me that check.
Ooh, that plus 14. Nice.
As all of you are sort of like pondering, Dr. Wobblestone is just like stroking his like long beard, and he's just like, well, it certainly sounds like it could be any number of things. I would definitely have to get more information about the individual patients to narrow it down, however. And I think for most of you, other than like stiffness, when waking up, potentially being like arthritic or something, you're not entirely sure what this could be. It doesn't sound super familiar or super similar to anything you can think of.
Right.
Just need some oil in the joints.
I have another question.
Sure.
Were all of them the same race? The four that left?
The four missing individuals. No. Let me find... Where
So not like blood type or something.
Was a great question if they were all Vatborn, or if they're all,
Right, I was trying to be subtle.
Right.
We have 2 humans, neither of which are Vatborn humans, by the way.
Okay.
They are siblings, however, if that is indicative of anything. We have a gnome, the proprietor of, as you guys walk past Nufactory, the proprietor of Nufactory Goods and Trade, as well
a gnome? Wait, a gnome?
A gnome, yes.
Little people. They're
I'm
about 3 foot tall.
It's hard to say if you'd be overly familiar with gnomes. Like,
The
I imagine if
talking mushroom is shocked by a gnome.
I imagine if you've looked at the generally available like information on species, especially long-lived ones, which you definitely have, you've read information about gnomes at the minimum. Yeah. Finally, there's an elf, Sage Fog. She's kind of the local oracle. People go to her for advice and things. She is a scion. Has psionic capabilities. I don't know if that has any bearing on this ailment. As far as I'm aware, none of the others do.
2 VIPs and a couple of red shirts. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm uncertain of any further details on the medical side of things. I can say that one of the missing humans, she is one of the security officers.
Mm.
And that there was quite the event when she wandered off because she, and as you guys passed the pub, she first stopped by the pub, which, as far as I understand, was a curious exchange. But
Hmm.
I'd say we can start with the clinic to deliver the medical supplies, and you guys can ask further questions there, and then you guys can disperse, and or I can guide you to the different locations if you'd like.
Sounds good.
Yep.
And this whole time, Paul's leading us to the clinic anyway, right? So
Yeah.
we'll just
Yeah.
So, you guys are led to the clinic. Sort of passing through like winding cavernous halls. You do, excuse me, sort of as you get to this clinic, you see off in the distance like a massive forest field of like 15-foot tall, faintly glowing mushrooms. And Paul sort of like turns you to the clinic door and is like, here we are.
I want to ask Paul a question before we go inside.
Sure.
But go ahead. I feel like I cut you off.
Well, we were about to go inside.
Okay. Well, like if everybody else is going inside, I'd pull Paul aside real quick and just say, is one of the missing humans, your I'm blanking on the word. Commander, your boss, I'm just blanking on the word. It's like your immediate, whatever the word is.
Supervisor?
Supervisor probably works fine.
Yeah.
Oh no, I am the security chief. Although she's probably the top lieutenant under myself.
Oh, okay. So she was your lieutenant.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
But none of us, and like as the door like closes behind the lifter bot, who's like, nah, and like walking in with the huge thing of medical supplies, he goes, but to be perfectly honest, we're all like well out of our depth here. The whole security force is basically just like a bunch of bouncers, and we fight off the scary beasts when they come in from the caverns, or we deal with the drunks at the pub, or somebody trying to scam old Tarlin out of some of his supplies at the shop. Like, we don't deal with people going missing. This has never happened before. I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I called you.
What kind of scary beasts? You mentioned scary beasts. You fend them off.
Small, mostly packs of smaller, like shelled critters, fairly resistant to damage, especially like energy weapons fire. Most of them are quite susceptible to the psionic capabilities of those that have them, and a well-placed blade, but energy weapons don't fare too well. They're sort of like a large boar. Do you know what a boar is?
Like porcine, like a pig, boar.
Yeah, they're kind of like that, except they got like a shell. They like the burrow.
Gotcha.
Mostly those. We've had other critters of various kinds before, but they're few and far between. Mostly we just get people thinking that we're just a bunch of ignorant backwater hicks and they can scam the shop out of money, or start a fight at the bar and take some of whatever money he's got there. And it doesn't typically go their way, because if I don't stop them, Patty does. Patty's the one that's missing.
Okay.
Yeah, most
About
people. I feel like, especially after dealing with her, most people would rather they dealt with me. Well, what was your question?
I was gonna say about how big are we talking with these creatures? Like feet off the ground type of deal. How tall are they?
Maybe 3 to 6 feet tall, depending on the size of them.
Okay, so
but
about the
they
size of
typically
a
come in
mount.
packs of like 4 to 12, depending.
Okay. The only other question that may have already been asked, and me as a player forgets if it was answered, would be like, was there a specific direction everybody seemed to be walking off in when they left? When they
As far as
disappeared?
I'm aware, with the exception of Patty, uh, they all headed directly towards the forest, and he like the bloom forest, and he mushrooms. He motions towards the giant mushrooms.
Gotcha.
Which I would think if they were wandering around there, one of the farmers would have seen him in the last couple days. But as far as I'm aware, nobody's seen him. Patty headed over there to the to the pub, and then after she left, by my understanding, she headed to the forest. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But that's what you're
Okay.
for. And he
Has
like
anybody else
motions to
read
go
around
inside.
this?
Yeah, everybody else went inside to deliver the medical supplies.
Okay. Okay. And did you say, and then he heads inside, or?
He motions to go inside. He hasn't actually
Okay.
gone inside yet.
I'll go inside then if he's motioning.
Yeah.
That was my last question.
Yeah,
As soon as I get inside and I see Armella, I'll approach them and say we may need to speak with the farmers when we go investigating.
So in this room, as you guys are standing inside the clinic, it is a fairly large open room. At the back, there's a couple of smaller rooms. They look to be sectioned off into like 4 maybe exam rooms, you might call them. One of which appears to be occupied with 2 larger Vatborn and a smaller Vatborn who appear to be having a conversation. Inside the much larger room, there's a number of beds lined along the wall opposite the exam rooms. So I guess they'd be on your right side when you walk in, as the exam room's on your left side. And these beds are filled with numerous individuals who appear to be sort of writhing and mumbling.
Numerous.
To be exact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are in the room right now.
Is it the same symptoms as the other people?
Oh yeah, these are very clearly the people they're talking about being sick. But only 4 of them have gone missing, just to bring that together.
Right, and 6 more are here still sick.
Correct. That you can see, yeah. And
are they restrained?
They don't appear to be restrained, but they are sort of tossing and turning. At the back of at the very back, on the same side as the beds, there appears to be a doctor, like someone in sort of like a doctor's type coat. That is, they are
A lab coat?
Huh?
A lab coat?
Yes, a lab coat. They are a dwarf with these little spectacles, and they're looking up and talking to what appears to be an elven nurse. What would you guys like to do?
Well, back when Xylos and the lifter bot entered the room, he'd have just sort of look for someone, perhaps even the pair of them, and just where do you want the medical supplies, and just sort of in the meantime,
Sure.
after like they sort of gestured somewhere, like just been setting, making sure everything's set down properly and accessible wherever they wanted it.
Sure. They have you bring it closer to where they are, and sort of past them, you can see a door that says storage, and they ask you to set it down there.
Yeah.
Which I imagine the lifter bot, like, and if you went with it, so the 2 of you come up, and you sort of like come up behind the 2 talking. Which you'll definitely be like acknowledged, and they thank you, and then they sort of go back to their conversation. They appear to be having a conversation just sort of like with whatever your passive perception is, it's enough to catch that they're talking about
21, yeah.
the individuals who had the severe stomach symptoms, but then did not develop these further symptoms, and they're sort of talking about the differences and that they can't see any. But when the security chief does walk in, when Paul walks in, more specifically the doctor turns and acknowledges that you guys are there once Paul walks in, and he goes, Paul. Yes, so these are the individuals, sort of like not acknowledging you behind him, as like just mentally indicating you as the delivery boy. So it's like looking at them. It's like, so these are the individuals that are going to help us. Please, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I definitely prefer if you didn't bother my patients, but if you have any questions, here I am. My name is Pirax Stonevassal. I'm the doctor here. I've been the doctor here for about 15 years. And this is new.
So I have a question. Those that are like mumbling, etc., are they all kind of mumbling the same thing?
Is this a question, or are you trying to identify it by listening?
I'm trying to identify by listening.
Give me a perception check.
That would involve reopening my character sheet, apparently. I don't remember closing it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Roll20 definitely has a mind of its own. Just plain old perception?
Just a plain old perception.
I have some.
That's certainly a number. It's really hard to understand anything that they're saying. The only thing that you catch is that they keep muttering about being hot and dry. They're muttering about their skin being dry, and it feels like it's going to split open, and it's so hot. Why doesn't somebody just turn on the damn fan or something? And it's kind of like very cyclical about it.
Triggered a thought.
Oh? To be clear, though, they are drenched in sweat.
Yeah.
Are they
Just
feverish?
thinking about my
You can ask that.
issues of when I get too dry for my character.
Oh yeah. The answer would be they are no longer feverish, but they were initially feverish, and initially they complained about being too cold.
So their body temperature is normal, i.e., they don't have a fever, but they're sweating profusely.
Correct.
Still.
That is correct.
Are they on IVs? Are they being
hydrated? They are. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
I don't know why I stumbled over myself. Yes.
I don't remember all the facts, but I think we should be able to predict when they would kind of want to get up and leave. But either way, they should be restrained. I think Cleon would suggest that. Cleon would.
No,
everything else might have been internal, but.
Well, they could hurt themselves. They could hurt themselves being restrained. But what I was thinking was, whichever one is, ones are closest to that fifth day, we should just watch them, and if one of them gets up, we follow them.
That's not a bad idea.
Oh, did you not tell them, Paul? And Paul goes, "Oh, I got a little distracted. We were having a conversation about someone else." And Dr. Pirax goes, "We've already had another one. Well, I'm assuming another one go missing." So Bel Glorapek is the manager of the humidity director. Rattling, hello? Is the manager of the humidity director Sorry, am I saying that right? I'm just checking. Yeah, humidity director. He insisted on going back to his house, and he left in the evening last night, and that is that was when sorry, I've got a lot of names that I'm drawing a blank on. That is when Dem here, she was the one that was here overnight.
Is that the nurse?
Yeah, that's the nurse that he had previously been talking to, and she steps forward and she was like, "Yes, he didn't seem particularly delirious and insisted on going home, and I feel I may have made the wrong call in allowing him to do so upon further consideration. So we were hoping maybe you could check on him at some point today."
Did he not make it home?
That's what we'll find out. Hopefully.
It's unclear. I believe he did.
You would think they would make sure of that right away.
Cleon would say that's a good point.
So where?
To clarify, sorry, to correct myself, he did make it home, but they now have suspicions that he was still suffering from the ailment and want you to check on him. But they know he made it home.
Okay.
So they're asking you to go to his home, not go look for him.
Right. Clan will hold out his scanner with the map.
We'll do that.
Point to his home. You know what I mean?
That guy's house is. They will point to where it is. It is attached to the humidity director.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, this is going to sound like a strange question, but did all of them that got up and left do so? I want to say on third shift.
Yeah, was it night?
Type thing, late at night.
Mm-hmm.
I believe all except for the first one, and we just don't have enough information on the first one to know.
Okay.
Who was discovered missing later rather than having been seen leaving.
My last question before we walk out the door to check on him. Do you have anybody here that's psychic?
Almost as if he's like offended, you don't realize. Paul speaks up and he goes, "Well, all Vatborn directors are psychic to some degree. So, yes."
I knew that. I didn't realize you had that many directors here.
I mean, in this building, you've got two, and he motions towards himself and the doctor that's in the room with the two other Vatborn.
I think you should try and see if you can read what they are. If there's say anything behind the being too hot thing. If there's anything behind, if there's another mind trying to mix in with theirs or something.
That's a good idea. I'll do that. Would you lot be willing to head to the pub and ask some questions about what happened there as well?
Absolutely.
I'm sure it could.
We're going to check if he made it home and he's still home first. Then we can go with the pub.
All right. I'll let you know.
The pub's going to be crowded with our 30 people in there as well.
Well, not all of them are there. Only the first 10 went, but yeah.
It out of character. It seems like Armella is unaware, or seems like there have been two interactions where Armella has been unaware of something that Cleon's very aware of because of preparation for he's the security tactical guy, so he analyzes everything. This is a Vatborn colony. For the most part, it's more than, I think, 50 to 60% Vatborn.
Oh, well more, yeah.
Yeah. So, I feel like Cleon might, in passing, not in a way that everybody who's paying attention is going to hear it, but kind of tell Armella that, Be aware, this
I'm
is a
going to
Vatborn
just
colony.
I'm just going to kind of whisper. I knew I was trying to get them to think.
Understood. So it was just about, fearing that a crew member didn't have a key part of information, wanting to share it. So
Right,
understood.
right.
Your response is understood.
Absolutely.
I think
But,
there's as you guys are sort of like having this like whisper conversation, getting ready to turn and leave, the door to this exam room like sort of like not like angrily but like with force like slides open, and you can hear that it's one of the two Vatborn is like sobbing and the other is like comforting them as they're like moving towards the door. Which I don't think you guys are in the way. You guys went further in and were having this conversation with the doctor there. But this Vatborn doctor comes out as the two of them leave. And he sort of crosses his arms and he looks and he looks at the lot of you and he goes, quite the full clinic today, huh?
not for much longer. And I turn and walk out the door.
Oh, geez.
Obviously, we're not wanted. But anyway.
Best of luck.
Yeah, that's leaving the clinic. That just happened.
Yeah, Armilla walked out, and this guy's like, best of luck. As
Right.
Dr. Wobblestone and...
Kind of snidely, I take it.
Huh?
Kind of snidely.
Mm,
Like he doesn't like us, doesn't want us there. Attitude.
I'm just kind of unhappy about the situation in general, really. But I will
Yeah.
say Dr. Wobblestone and his assistant are currently working... they are at a terminal and are flipping through patient records.
Okay.
Trying to get a little bit more information. As you guys sort of move out and walk out, the other doctor, Dr. Pirax, steps out and he goes, apologies for Dr. Rothbell. He's frustrated that he cannot find the answers he's looking for.
Been there.
Oh. Maybe once this issue is solved, I can focus on helping him again. Good luck.
Yeah.
And he walks back inside. Yeah, so where are you guys headed? Just to clarify. And do you send the lifter bot back to the ship?
Yeah, so like during that time, that's kind of what Xylos was doing, like getting the lifter bots sort of outside without making a mess, and then sort of making sure that it was going to properly make its way back to the landing bay.
Sure. It'll trounce on that way as the rest of you guys head over to this house in the humidity director, yes?
Yes.
So, yeah.
And along the way, Xylos is going to also be sort of both himself and with his drone, sort of taking stock of all the possible houses or buildings that might have had someone overlooking this route, and also just trying to look out for sort of any, I don't know, spew or knocked over things, or just anything that might have been caused by someone that is very ill in some manner that Xylos doesn't know too much detail of himself, as not someone in the medical profession so much.
Give me a perception check for you and your drone as you guys sort of move along this path then.
Sure.
Sort of in this general direction.
That's Xylos. He's looking too much at his device and drone.
You don't.
Yep.
You do
Wow.
not find anything of note.
Yeah.
But
We'll
you
walk
guys,
this way sometimes. Yay.
but you guys do move into this house that's sort of like it's an L-shaped building that's sort of like against the humidity director, like larger structure that lines the entirety of the farm. Which none of you guys have asked what this is yet, so we're just gonna keep going. with
Okay, I was just going to ask: is it really humid down here?
It's fairly humid. It's not insane, but it's like I don't know, like if
Would it be pleasant to me?
it will be pleasant to you, sure, absolutely.
Yes.
It's maybe I want to say like 30% humidity or so.
Yeah.
It's pretty humid, but it's not crazy. But I will say, as you guys step into this, it's an L-shaped building that's like along the humidity director. It is so much more humid. It's like I don't know, like 64% inside this building. It's built around the corner of the humidity director. The wall shared with that structure looks as if it's sweating at all times. But as you guys step inside, well, I'm assuming you knock first, and there is no answer.
Right.
So then you guys would step inside.
Yeah. And also, when as we sort of approach the building, just going to have the drones sort of do a quick sweep of it, just to like look if like all the windows are shut up, or
Sure.
or if there are any windows. Or
Yeah,
that
there's
sort
like
of thing.
one small window that seems to be sealed.
Okay, and I'll
Bathroom.
relay that.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm gonna get my scanner out and see if I can find any,
Cleon has
light.
been assuming that Armilla has all of the mushroom aspects of this mission well under control. So if Armilla
Very
doesn't,
much so.
freak out or start asking questions, he'll assume that she knows everything that they know everything that's happening. So
Anything and everything. Yeah, so you pull out your scanner. You don't detect any additional life. Would you like to actually roll a check with the scanner?
Yeah.
Nothing by default shows up. Then you can run a scan, see if you can find anything.
I can roll the scan.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Me and that scanner, man.
You definitely don't detect any additional life. But as you guys open the door and the waft of humidity rolls out onto you, and you spot the sweaty wall, as I mentioned, you guys can head inside if you like. But inside, you find it's an absolute mess. The area is stained with some strange paint or ink. And a number of insecticide containers, like the little metal containers with the little spray nozzles, those things, are just all around the place. They seem to be empty. As you guys step inside, can everybody give me a perception check? Well, as you guys sort of look around once you step inside, I should say.
I'm just enjoying the humidity, man.
Okay. So to clarify, Paul is still over there at the clinic. He did not come with you. He's currently investigating some mines. Did you want to do your drone as well? Is it sort of like floating about as in addition to yourself?
Oh.
You know what? That kind of makes sense. The first thing that all of you except Mothership, well, you don't have a nose, so maybe that makes sense. The first thing you notice is the place smells terribly of insecticide or some sort of like chemical like that, just like awfully of it.
Really bad.
You know what Cleon's gonna do.
Oh
I mean, prestidigitation. It's vanilla and peaches, at least in our area.
Is there glitter?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't know. That might be bad for the mushrooms.
And it might hamper the investigation. There is no Belle Gloripec here. Instead, you guys are looking around, and who saw Xylos and Xylos's drone see some of the paint trails off out the door, and it appears that it sort of keeps going into the forest through the humidity director, like over it technically, and off into the forest, into the
And this
shroom
paint
bloom
that
farm.
you're speaking of, is it kind of like as if it was like on the bottom of like someone's foot or dragging foot or
Fair question.
something, or is it like it's dribbling
It
from
seems
something?
as if it's someone had like a spray nozzle for like a metal I don't know what they're called, but like a paint sprayer. And they like are barely holding it down, and like their arms down, and it's like in their hands, and they're like holding it down, and it's like making the trail behind them as they walk. That's pretty easy and clear to identify, and I imagine Xylos, you sort of like veer off and start to follow it to sort of see where it goes. Maybe not follow it, but like to see where it goes. At which point there's like this like chirping as your drone seems to have identified something. Your drone has identified in this mess of this like what you can now identify as paint. The drone identifies a number of words that have been sprayed in newer paint rather than the older paint that was there before. I will send these in Discord so you guys don't have to worry about writing them down. But the words that you see in the mess of paint are wriggling, unseen, fighting, pushing, inside, trail, follow, find, going, somewhere, in.
Skibbity.
Do we want to follow the trail or go interview people in a bar? I think the trail is more important, personally.
I mean,
I'm asking the group.
Right. I think in the context of, I mean, we were requested to check the pub by,
Paul.
Oh, by Paul. I was going to say by Pirax. I mean, what was exactly his... I'm trying to weigh out which is more important. Why was he asking us to go investigate the pub again?
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
Well, because it's one of the missing people is Patty, who works for him, and he was saying that her case was different than everyone else's because she's the only one that went somewhere before going out into the forest. And he seems, at least this seems implied based on what he was saying, that means there could be something there, some information that you could gain that you can't gain from the others because they didn't do something different. They all did the same thing.
How long would it take, literally, to, go from here to the pub and back, adding 15 minutes? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to gauge. It's like a half an hour.
I don't even think unless you guys have extended, crazy conversations in the pub,
right?
20 minutes, It's like a 5-minute walk.
Cleon would add up numbers in his head and go, it would be about 20 minutes to go do that first. Maybe we should. It could, glean something. It could give us a big answer. They know that Patty's not there anymore, though, right?
Yeah, they know that she's not there anymore. It's, if anything, it's just that he seems to think that you could get information you can't get elsewhere there because she went there while she was in that state.
Gotcha.
It's up to you, though.
Zanis will say, well, if it helps, Drone and I could start looking into this drawn route while you two see if there's anything of use at the bar. can see where it leads and send my drone to survey the nearby area while waiting for you to.
I considered splitting up. I don't know how valuable that would be because I don't want
Definitely
you.
not.
Yeah, I don't want you to end up in combat solo or going off into the forest solo. So if we go to the pub and you're just here doing something, you'll just be here while we're at the pub and we'll come back and then, and I don't know how much, it just kind of makes more sense for us to stick together, I think.
Sure thing.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like it would take that long.
Yeah.
But it is ultimately up to you.
You and your drone could potentially spot things we don't at the pub. So
Sure.
better you be part of the investigation.
In
Or
this,
that part of it, I mean, because you're already part of it.
Yeah, in this immediate time, I'll just send my drone to just within the immediate 300 feet. Just follow the route and sort of try and get a sort of bit of a high vantage point of the direction that it's all heading, just for the sake of knowing for sure where this is all headed. With us, heading to the pub.
Sure. Yeah, I do imagine you guys head into the pub and do see a number of your crewmates there.
Yeah, we don't need to interview them.
While we're walking there, now Wobblestone and there's two doctors with us, right?
It's Wobblestone and his assistant Zosta.
Zosta. So they're with us. The whole point
They're
is
not
No,
with
they're
you,
not
they're
with
in
us.
the clinic.
Oh, so they stayed at the clinic. Great. That clears everything up.
Sorry if I didn't say that prior.
You
No
did.
problem.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So you guys step into the pub. Oh heck! Sorry, I got to do a thing. Oh, why did that pop up there? Sorry, stream. All right. So as you guys come in, you see standing at the bar talking to the barkeep is your cook, Mora Hearthbrew. She's got her like flowing dress that she's very very typically wears. It's like a today it's like a pale purple summer dress looking thing, and she's just standing there having this conversation with this dwarf, who they are both dwarves, but they are having this exchange that appears very amusing, but as you guys get closer, especially those of you with the higher passive perception, you hear it. It's a conversation about what firearms are best to hide under your the counter. That will be most effective. And they're just having this conversation as you guys walk up, and she turns to you guys and she's like, "Well, hello." Here to drink more of this Fabulous Fools, and she pats the guy on the back really hard. Fabulous Fools drinks.
No, we're here to investigate about Patty, who apparently came here before departing. About how long ago was this? Leon will say, whenever that happened, to try to direct the
night
questioning.
before last, in fact. In any case, I am Rennis Runebarrel. Yes, that is the case. Mora nods and steps away, and she's like, "I'll be back in a few," and she sits down with the crew.
Rennis Moonbarrow?
Rennis Runebarrel.
Runebarrel. I'm probably misspelling a lot of this, but that's fine.
No big deal. Yeah, yes, it was. I want to say the night before last, pretty late in the evening, maybe like 3 or 4 in the morning. I guess that's not evening, but you get the point. Yes, she was here. Yes, Patty Way was here. She was in her uniform. I don't know if that's notable, but she was in her uniform. I just knew that she'd been sick, so I thought it was a little strange. I tried to remain as personable as I could, of course, and I asked her what she needed. She asked for the strongest drink I had. Now, understand, I rarely refuse a customer. But she was acting a little off. Sweating buckets, too. I told her I couldn't serve now, and she best head back to the clinic. She insisted I give her something strong to drown the wriggling in her gut. I said I'd given... I said I could give the second strongest brew, and I turned to make it. I feigned I was out of something, and stepped into the back, and called the chief, but by the time I was back, she was gone. Most folk in here that night were too far gone to have caught anything, but thankfully Ionair was here for poker night. And they said Patty muttered something about feeling like she was drying out. They said they followed her out only to lose sight of her past the security office heading toward the Bloomfields. You could ask them for more details, but I doubt they have any.
It's very helpful.
Yes.
Would this be an appropriate scenario to, pay them? Like, give them a credit? Or
I mean,
credit way too much,
you
or...
absolutely could.
I mean, I could give them all my credits, but is it in, you know what I mean? Like, is it in...
I mean,
I think Cleon doesn't really know, necessarily.
No, to be fair, you're from, like, thousands of years ago,
right?
And, like, if you want to give them a credit and see what happens,
I mean, Cleon would say that was very helpful, thank you. And if he has seen anybody else, if he's witnessed since being awake, somebody like, tip someone for information.
Oh, I would say you probably have, especially being with Captain Black. And if you've ever been in, like, any unsavory parts, and Captain Black would, like, tip someone for information they weren't necessarily willing to give.
Right. Well, they were very thorough. They were very helpful. They're doing a good service to our crew. This is all internal. Cleon's not saying any of that other than saying, thank you very much. That was very helpful. And he'll slide her one credit, or them.
Yeah, you slide him one credit, and he goes, not necessary, but thank you, and puts it, like, in a tip jar, just like over here.
Nice.
Out of character quickly, the security office, like the route that we took from the clinic to the pub and vice versa, did that sort of like pass in front of the security office as well, or
beside it, right? The
sure,
door, I guess you would technically know this. On either corner like this, there's a door of for the security office, but you guys would have passed towards this corner. So you wouldn't have passed towards the door. But yeah, it's like right there, like 150 feet away from where you were as you walk by. It's very close.
Yeah, and sort of, I was sort of just trying to get the context of them saying, like, walking in the direction of the security office also means sort of like the clinic and the humidity, like that whole sort of general direction,
the whole line
possibly.
That way,
yeah.
Correct.
I don't think Cleon saw Xylos make his drone scan the pub. So Cleon's gonna ask Xylos, can you scan the area real quick before we leave?
So
Just see if you can find anything at all.
as the drone's like scanning the area, you hear specifically Cleon, but like everybody also, if that made sense. Excuse me. You hear a pair of travelers, like all the way at the back, the other side of the pub. Two dwarves. They are talking about some bizarre occurrence with a number of what look like townsfolk, just like a big old vatborn and like a small like a smaller shifter kind of looking individual and like a gnome, and they're just like the three of them are sitting there listening to this story, and they're talking about this strange occurrence. The one of them says, "It was the damnedest thing. We just passed through not 2 days before. One of Monic, that old gossip, he had said, one of the crew, Monic, that old gossip, he said it was there. This old style helmet, pitch black with crimson eyes, just floating there in the middle of the ship. A blink and you'll miss it kind of thing. But when we passed through again, we all saw it. It was burned into the edge of our sight. It was so fast, I wouldn't have believed it was real if damn near the whole crew hadn't reported it." The other continues, nodding in agreement. And it's not like we're all in the galley, neither. I was having a soak in the bath when it flashed across my sight. It spooked me so hard I damn near fussed up me suds. So whatever that's about.
Did he just describe, like, it sounded like you described like a red-eyed night.
That is 100% what was just described, yes.
Right. Okay. Cleon heard that. Whatever everybody else is doing, he pretty much is, turns about face and approaches these two people directly. I have no idea what to say out of character. I think I'm just going to approach them, and I do think that Cleon has some control. I've described in the past that especially when he does, he can basically douse his eyes so that they're not glowing, and he can make them glow stronger.
Sure, yeah.
So they're full on right now. He's going to approach them, and in his mind he's thinking, I think they're talking about a red-eye night. Let's show them a red-eye night. And he walks up and looks to make sure that, gets their attention.
Hands on
sees
shoulders.
how they react. Well, he's not going to touch them.
Okay.
But, I don't know. I mean, are there backs to him?
Yeah, their backs would be to you, because they're sort of having this conversation with these townsfolk here, and they're sitting here, and you're over there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, if their backs are to him, he's still not going to touch him, but he'll walk up, sort of loom over them and say, "Excuse me, gentlemen," to get their attention.
Sure, they'll look up, they'll turn, and what do they see?
They see my face, the face that they just described to them, basically. And I'm just looming over them.
The one of them that was talking about being in the bath is like, yeah, that was kind of like that. It was almost exactly like that. A little less detail.
A little less detail. Not quite a foot away from your face, apparently. Okay.
No, more like it was the signal of distress that was discussed.
Right.
Which you could do to show them.
So okay, that part of it I would understand too and equate to that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something I can literally
do
in front of everybody?
Like,
kind
imagine
of
it's like a cantrip kind of thing.
Okay.
That you could just do.
I feel weird with them sitting down with their backs to me. I'm not sure whether I want to do anything about that. I feel Cleon knows not to just touch people. At least from experience, it's like he's just not prepared to put hands on someone who's not.
Yeah, to be fair, it's just sort of a visual projection that you give to people within like a certain small radius.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have to touch them to do it. Although you don't really have control over who gets it, so if you were to do it, it would just be like everyone in the pub.
Right, right. I almost want to sit down too. It's just
Mm-hmm.
I want to be able to gear their. I guess I'll just do it, looming over them as close to them as possible,
Didn't mean to do
and
that.
see how they react. I have questions, but I don't. I'm also trying to just make sure that they're talking about what they're talking about. So I'm heavily interested in their reaction before I even start asking them questions.
So what are you going to do to clarify?
So I'm going to go ahead and do the distress signal.
Yeah.
As they described it, understanding that's what they're talking about. Let's see how they react to it, and I'll trigger it.
Yeah, just like an
while
old
I'm
style
moving
black
around.
helmet with these like glowing red eyes just appears like in the immediate line of sight of everyone in the taverns, which includes your party members here as well as the rest of your crew. It's just a momentary startle, and then it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the fact that it looks kind of like his face, I don't know that you would necessarily be able to tell where it came from.
Okay.
As for them, if you do that, they're like, "Was it you? Did you do that?"
Respond negative. I'm gonna reach up and touch the medallion of thought on my ear, so I'm
Sure.
activating detect thoughts.
Okay.
And the one who basically was talking about, I can't remember if they both experienced the same thing. One of them was describing it. The one that was describing it,
Yeah,
I'm
they
going to
both
direct
were.
all my questions.
They definitely
Gotcha.
both were. Yeah.
But the one who was speaking, I'll just direct all my questions to them.
Sure.
And it's hard for me to think of them all in character. Generally, I want to know how long ago they experienced it, where it happened. I want to investigate to learn more about what they're talking about. And
Right.
to come up with the questions for that is, I don't know. I'm trying to think of specific questions.
Sure.
So basically, my first question is just to get, when did this happen, how long ago, and where did it happen?
Right. I think the answer that you're going to get is that it was, maybe 5 sectors that way. They'll give you the exact coordinates, but like 5 sectors
Right.
that way, about like 6 weeks ago, give or take.
Okay.
And after it had occurred, they well, let's do it this way. And after it occurred, we told a few people in the area, and they say that it seems to happen along that area every now and again, like every other week. It'll just crop up, and nobody seems to know what it is. But I mean, if you want to know more about it, I don't know that we can give you any more information. That we just saw it while we were going by.
And his thoughts are just pure. He's being completely truthful with me.
Oh yeah.
That's-
He's
Gotcha.
an open book and just like absolutely toasted.
And I'm just sort of, I don't know, this is sort of fluff. I guess one of the reasons why I thought I'll use the medallion of thought is so that I can literally see what he was picturing and confirm 1,000%. It's already basically confirmed, but
Sure.
it just seems like in character.
One thing that should be said is that this like emergency signal it is supposed to have like certain accenting to make it like clear who it's coming from. So like for example, if one of the Red Eye Knights had like a I can't remember what it's called, but like the thing that comes up and then like the fluff on it, like if they had one of those, then their emergency signal would as well.
Gotcha.
This one comes up, and it's very similar to yours, but the left eye it has like a slit down it, and the whole slit is glowing as well, which doesn't seem familiar to you. It's just different than your own.
Gotcha.
But other than that, it's pretty much exactly as described.
Gotcha. Okay. You've been very helpful. I guess that's pretty much all I really wanted to know. I don't know that. I mean, so this is a scenario where when they experienced it, just like what I did, it was just on a greater scale and a lot more people experience it. Saying
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so it happens repeatedly, and it's just to a much larger scale. It's in that 5 sectors away. So I think I got it all. I think that's all.
And they would have, like I said, given you the exact coordinates where they encountered it, which may or may not help, but they did give you
right. Okay. I think I'll look to the other fellow, read his thoughts, and say, do you have anything else to contribute?
My favorite bubble bath is the one that smells like rain.
That's a good one. I'll go ahead and put a credit down on their table.
And walk away?
And say thank you for your time, and turn around and walk toward the others. I'm assuming the others are kind of just sitting there waiting. Were the others doing anything while I was doing that? Or
I think the scan of the pub was finishing, which give me a perception check for the drone, unless that's what that 28 was. Or was that? No, that was back at the place.
That was
before.
the earlier one,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. 19.
Yeah, so was that interior, exterior, or both?
Interior, and also Xanos, when like sort of in the midst of having his drone doing it, would have asked the barkeep, like, when this security lieutenants here, where do they spend their time? And would have sort of partially prioritized that area as well.
Normally, or specifically during the event that was described?
To my understanding, during the event that was described, was more or less they came to the bar and left.
Yes, I'm just trying to clarify what you're asking.
So normally, yeah.
Normally by the I'm drawing a blank. The jukebox.
like where they are regularly when they usually are here, kind of thing.
Yeah, they. She normally takes the seat by the jukebox.
Right on.
Like the table right in front of it.
Because with this, I'm well. I know I've not asked anyone, but at least I'm not aware of how this thing spreads. And I don't know
Fair
if
enough.
anyone is. So yeah.
While you don't find anything necessarily indicative of spreading ailments, and I'm fairly certain you would have noticed this on your way out, given your passive perception and the jukebox being next to the door, you do see a stun baton is like behind the jukebox. It looks like it's been tossed back there.
A what? Sorry.
A stun baton,
Oh, a stun baton.
like what you would imagine a security personnel person would have.
I'm
narrow-formed
going to note
taser.
that and leave it there. Because yeah.
Sure.
Because yes, it could be like the sort of equivalent of like the shotgun under the counter style thing of is there if it's needed.
You know, which they'll go back to that conversation.
Yeah.
In character, as Cleon approaches the crew again, especially if Armilla is like staring at him in any way, we'll comment on what just happened. If the rest of the crew is pretty much not acting like they're interested in it at all, he won't.
I think the rest of the crew, the NPCs, most of them they've been drinking basically since the second they got here.
Mm-hmm.
and it's been at least 45 minutes, and they've just been like heavily drinking the entire time. So I don't think they fully registered necessarily what happens. I think Mora probably does, but I imagine she sort of like gives you this like inquisitive look. Mora does, that is. And like you would notice it, that she like looks at you like she's aware that you just did something, but like she's aware that it wasn't about her, so she's not concerned with it.
I mean, ultimately, if specifically Armilla and Xylos, if either one of them seem like they were waiting on me, that's going to dictate on whether or not I say something in character. So as Cleon is done with what just happened and is now reapproaching the two of the player characters.
Sure.
And
How do you...
That sort of alert thing that you did, is that something that we'd have known about or encountered in the past at all?
Okay, so Xylos just asks that question out.
Well, no, I think
Yes.
he's actually asking.
Yeah, like, would Xylos have ever encountered that from Cleon before? Or
I don't think anybody alive today... Well, no, that's not true. I just found out lots of people have experienced it, but I don't have any reason to believe that anybody in the crew has experienced it before just now.
Yeah. So yeah, like, when Cleon's done in that case, like, as Xylos has said, so was that just me, or did you just pop up in front of us? Or in front of me?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, addressing it, Clan will just say, I apologize for the delay. I may have found information on others of my kind, but we can go now.
Oh.
And all I'm going to say is, there is much more to all of us than it appears.
In my imagination, Cleon and Armilla, right after Armilla says that, both look at and stare at Xylos.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And
And-
Xylos is sort of like,
Your turn.
okay.
Okay. And then you walk out. So I will say that, especially with the addition of that conversation, it's probably been like exactly 20 minutes as you walk out, since you left the guy's house, Bel Gloripek's house. You guys sort of get a comm, your little radio badge thing or belt or wherever you have it. It sort of like chirps. It's like, dit, 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 dit. Do you answer?
Yeah, but I was just going to say, do we want to go get Paul to follow this trail or just do it?
Up to
Did
you.
we think
As
he
we're walking back to it.
was... I can't remember if he intended to, like, come with us. Was that the case, or...
I don't know.
Originally,
me
he had offered to come with you guys to show you around and to help you, but then Armilla suggested scanning some mines.
Mines, yes. Not mines.
Yeah.
Yes, with the...
Not underground mines, but
Yeah.
thinky mines.
Well, we're in a cave.
I'm just wondering if you've gotten any information from that, but I'm also wanting to follow this trail, so I'm like split.
Paul's
Well,
at the clinic,
radio
right?
is chirping.
Yes.
Yeah, if nobody else is going to answer it, Cleon will answer it.
Yeah. You better answer it, because I was going to go, what do you want?
Your phone's ringing.
Dr. Wobblestone comes on, and he's like, well, I think I found something that could be quite helpful. Well, it's interesting, even if it's not helpful.
That's
That sounds like
Wobblestone
science. Go ahead.
Every single, according to these records, every single individual that has suffered from this ailment has been of a species other than dwarf or vatborn.
Interesting.
I'm not entirely certain how much help that could give you, but both species have a certain overlap. They are highly resistant to disease. And to a lesser degree, poison. But perhaps something to consider. Paul here says that all he's getting is these individuals saying that it feels like there's something wriggling inside them.
Which is what Patty said.
Which is quite disturbing, and we can't pick anything up on the scanners.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't appear as if there's anything inside any of them.
Which would make me think it's more of a psychic wiggling.
Possibly.
I'm gonna cover the phone and go, should we tell Paul we're following this trail? And the words that we were given?
Oh, is that Paul on the phone?
No, it's the doctor.
The doctor. Oh,
but the doctor did relay a message from Paul.
Gotcha. Right. Cleon will say, well, if you want Paul to come with us or not.
Well, security should know where we are wandering in here as well. There is that thought.
I'm curious, just off side note, this isn't like a normal ground mission where we stay in contact with the ship every 5 minutes or something. So
doesn't seem to be, no.
I mean, so that's kind of a makes that point even a better point. Well, whatever you think. I'm basically trying to add a character. I'm just trying to give Armella the opportunity to say invite him or not. So whatever you think.
I think we need to tell him what we're doing, not necessarily invite.
Okay. That's fine with me.
Okay.
I guess I answered the phone too. I'll pass that on. And I'll let them know that we're going to go. We're going to the shroom farm, right? We're going to follow this trail.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
I believe so.
Yeah.
The Bloom Farm, yeah.
The
Shroom Blooms.
Yeah, Shroom Bloom. So we're following a lead in the investigation, this trail into the Shroom Bloom Farm. We'll stay in contact with you, Wobblestone. And I'm trying to think, maybe I'd pass on some of the key things that we found. Patty said the same thing about wriggling in her gut.
Yes.
But when, then she left, the guy turned his back, came around, she was gone, and seemed to have left in the same direction as everybody else that we're going in. So, said she was drying out. Well, no, I guess Wobblestone passed that to us, or was already aware of that. So,
yeah, that's been heard multiple times.
Right. And then just, call us if you learn anything else, or if anybody wakes up and leaves the clinic and you can't stop them, let us know immediately.
Yeah.
And I think that's all we need to pass on to them in that phone call. So.
Short.
TTYT. Talk to you later.
Did you tell them that it was a trail that started at the humidity director?
No.
Yes. Oh, no?
Or
No.
should we? We should.
I mean, when I was saying we're following the trail, that's in what I was insinuating.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I think
asking if you actually told them where it started.
Yes. Yes, I would have. Unless I had, if I started to an arm mill and said, no, 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 I would stop. But no, I think I would. Yeah, I'd be thorough. I'd tell them where we are.
Yeah, fair enough. So you guys head back to the humidity director and find yourselves as you get to the humidity director and you're sort of like looking at the paint trail on the ground that leads off that way. It starts on the wall and then goes down to the ground basically, and then leads off into the Shroom Bloom farm. You hear the a voice behind you, and it's Security Chief Paul going. Well, it looks like you found something.
So he's approaching us. Yes. Did Wobblestone tell you what we told him?
I was under the impression he was supposed to. Also, he was in the main room, and I was all of 5 feet from him when you were talking, so...
Okay, then you're up to speed.
Yes.
Xylos will gesture in the way or that the paint sort of heads off. Do you know if there's anything off in that direction?
That way, the only thing that I'm aware of that way is the rest of the Bloom Farm and moisture overflow and probably more caverns, but I think we sealed most of those off to prevent the critters from coming in.
Well, it makes sense that they would go to the moisture overflow.
Correct. That makes sense if they were feeling, what's the term? Dry.
And are there any like geothermal vents or sort of any particularly hot areas that way?
Not to my knowledge. There are some geysers, some of the corrosive geysers beyond the blocked areas, but I wouldn't think they could even reach those with us blocking off the caverns.
When did you block off the caverns?
Oh, decades ago.
Okay.
That sounds longer ago. The colony's 23 years old. We blocked them off about 21 years ago after their discovery and how they could impact the farm by letting creatures in.
Makes sense.
Of the whole Shroom Bloom farm area, basically, which is obviously the most humid area of the whole colony.
That is the purpose of the humidity director, yes.
Exactly. So this trail, is it perchance leading toward the most humid part of this most humid area? Like,
it's plausible. I mean, the moisture runoff would probably be the most humid area.
Right.
It's entirely possible that it's headed that direction, but that's not a small area.
Okay.
So perhaps following this path is the best choice.
I mean, I guess maybe rewording it, I would be trying to fish for is something in that direction, particularly more humid than just the whole area is supposed to be.
Again, just the moisture runoff.
Right. Okay.
Not by much, but it's certainly more humid than the farm itself. Which,
gotcha.
If you're not used to it, is pretty uncomfortable.
I think maybe at this point, Cleon finally sees a reason to say to Paul, I am immune to disease, and this condition is no problem to me. I think the rest of the crew already knew that, so he hasn't mentioned it the last time it came up.
Right.
The fact that, when Wobblestone said that it seems like, Vatborns are immune to disease, so...
Yes, he did seem to indicate that I would also be relatively unaffected. That is part of the reason why I decided to join you.
Understood. Shall we? Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
One another thing. This Shroom Bloom farm, like when looking at it, I'm trying to remember what were sort of like uh, what's the term, like bioluminescent. Is the Shroom Bloom farm pretty like pitch black dark, or is it sort of a bit sort of ambient lighty?
I would say like ambient lighting. It's actually probably slightly brighter than the sort of like growth that had been on the walls further in back towards where we started. Right. It's ever so slightly brighter than that. But I guess the biggest issue is that they're big, like super tall, tree-like mushrooms, and the majority of the glow is on top. But they sort of quote bloom and have like smaller mushrooms kind of grow off of them, the tops of which also faintly glow. So there is kind of just dim light throughout the whole area.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Did you guys want to go directly down this path and follow it, just straight through, or did you want to inquire about possibly talking to this Ionair person before you headed there? Well, you're in the farm. You're about to go in the farm, and they're a farmer. Hence the question.
Yeah.
I think we just need to follow the trail.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I suggested earlier that we may need to talk with farmers. I expected them to be past where we are. If there's no farmers right around us right now, and
yeah, I imagine you guys are just sort of hanging out at the humidity director at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels, if it feels like everybody's ready to go, Cleon's ready to go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely sounds like a plan, Stan. So you guys are following this trail, which for the most part is just it's a pretty straight, I don't want to say straight, consistent spray, I guess you'd say, right? And more or less the entire path sees you guys traveling. Let me see. Possibly zoom out on the map, guys.
I'm all the way out.
Let me see how big I can make this. I'm gonna sort of draw a line. So it's actually want it to be orange. Hopefully that doesn't look terrible. It sort of goes like this.
That way.
All the way up to this corner here. It's, like I said, it's consistent.
So,
but it's a little ways away. Like a mile and a half.
And when they say Patty headed off in that direction, that's where everyone else headed off to, or
totally unclear right now. You do not know.
Gotcha.
You just know this path goes that way.
Gotcha. Okay.
We're just talking about the path that seems to have been made by Bell Glorapek after
Understood.
he went home and seems to have ended up writing a bunch of words in his room and then making this little paint canister and spraying his way to the moisture runoff up there.
Gotcha.
And
bit.
To our knowledge thus far, we just know of the other sort of people being seen walking off in the direction, but only being seen while still within the confines of the sort of town.
Correct.
Sort of, yeah.
Just that they were heading into the Bloom farm, but nobody ever saw them like inside the farm.
Yeah.
Which, given that this is where the trail goes, and the conversation about humidity and stuff, and that being the most humid part, it does seem to make sense that they would go there. Does that mean they're all in the same place? You genuinely don't know. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have you guys traverse this like sort of like faintly glowing mushroom forest, and as you guys are headed this way, the spray continues down a ramp and then up a stairwell into into the moisture runoff. And as we get there, and as we walk into the moisture runoff, and you just hear the like flowing water, we're gonna go on break right there. It seems like the perfect spot.
Nice.
So we will hopefully be back in about 10 minutes, give or take. Refill your drinks and enjoy the music. We'll see you in a bit.
Great.
Right, I'll be back in a bit.
Once in my life, moving on towards something, I realized it was all for nothing. Wonder why every good thing has to end, and nothing but silence. I'm trying, but I can't find a way to let you know that I'm dying on the inside. The feeling sets in the silence, in diamonds in her hair. Steady breeze, and though I was falling out, follow her anywhere. The sky turned grey and the flash flood warning. She smiled and she took my hand. She kissed my lips and the rain came pouring, so I heard a marching band. Hanging out of the third-story window, oh, you were a sight to see. The black dress that bends when the wind blows, roll back the tide for me.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Sunset skies, the paint is peeling, the wind blowing sand in her hair. Endless days in the deep blue feeling, I would follow her anywhere. We're the monsters and fire breathers. We were the quiet sunrise leavers. You were a good girl. What could I do? I was a lost boy when I met you. Hold me till I'm not lonely anymore. It's only the crashing of the ocean to the shore. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy. There are no strangers. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy. There are no strangers. We were the rebels, lone survivors. We were the cult of deep sea divers. We were young once, but then we grew old. We were shining, we were fools gold. Hold me till I'm not lonely anymore. It's only the crashing of the ocean to the shore. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy. There are no strangers. I was a lost boy, I was
I'm
a
back.
lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you.
Welcome back.
Howdy, howdy.
Hello again. Sorry that took that long.
Welcome back. Shall we?
Hello.
Shall we go for a stroll?
I think. Hello, we're back. I think Paul will sort of, as you guys are walking there, give you a general description of the individuals that you're looking for, right? So, he's gonna start with Bel Glorapek, who's an older human. He's got thinning gray hair, and he's maybe about 5'8", 5'9". He's kind of, I mean, to be honest, he's kind of an ornery old man. And he doesn't really have any distinguishing features, unfortunately. He's just, an older human. Shorter, thinning, gray hair. That's about all you got. Now, the two Way siblings, on the other hand, are pretty distinct. This is Patrick Way and Patricia Patty Way. They are both human. They appear as if they're probably of Chinese descent. And however, while Patrick is around 6'10" and a very large man, his sister is about 5 feet tall. And they're about a year apart, give or take. They both have black hair with a purple streak. Patty's hair is mid-back, though she usually wears it up. While Patrick's hair is shorter, but a bit longer on the front. Tarlin Prostel is a roughly 3 foot tall gnome with pink hair that is sharply, I want to say, sculpted backward, like gel and everything. He likes to wear bright colors, so he's very hard to miss. He was last seen in a obnoxiously bright orange, just like orange shirt. And lastly, we have Mirma Fogglow, or Sage Fog as she is known. She is 5'7", 5'8", sort of a younger, maybe lower middle-age elf. She has long blonde hair that is typically just braided in a single tail, you know what I'm talking about? A ponytail. Thank you, brain. And her ears are a little bit shorter than your average elf, but that's about it. So you know who you're keeping an eye out for as you guys head down into the moisture runoff. You should be here, and everyone should have eyes, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, almost everybody.
Yeah, mine are red though.
Oh no! I'm not even in Roll20. Hold on.
Oh no, you exited by accident.
When I did the search.
Oh yeah.
You took the not having eyes a bit too literally.
Yeah, but I don't have eyes.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Is this entire colony like a Nufactory colony? Like it's all around that?
It's not named Nufactory for being a factory. It's named Nufactory for other reasons, but most of it's not all that factory-like. It's just a big cave. There's a big mushroom farm. Even this part, which is supposed to basically be pulling the moisture from the edges of the colony and sending it back to the humidity distributor. and redistributing the moisture as humidity back into the farm. So that's like the most factory part of it. But it's not really for the sake of being a factory. It's
in context
stuff.
of like I'm seeing Nufactory Security Chief P01 on that token, and it made me think. So without the Nufactory being here, if they just weren't here, there would be no police force. There might not even be a settlement here.
Correct.
So
There wouldn't
yeah. Nufactory is the name they gave their settlement when they settled it about 23 years ago.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I mean, when we were coming down in the ship, Xanos would probably have mentioned something along the lines of who on earth would want to set up a colony here in amongst all of these sort of acid plumes and lightning.
Yeah, but to be fair, it keeps them pretty safe from most things.
Yeah,
apparently not whatever this is. Anyway, I would like to have all of you, and Drone included.
I am going to say after he says all that, so then that just double confirms that none of them that are missing are Batborn.
Correct. Perception checks, everyone.
Additionally for the drone?
Yeah.
We're really into perception today.
Oh, you're using your eyes to look at stuff.
Back to I don't have any. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to paint eyes on me.
Just wear sunglasses. Nobody will even know.
Yeah, there you go. I'll just put sunglasses on. Nobody will know. I'm just too enjoying the smell of other mushrooms.
For the most part, you just hear running water. Occasionally you hear the 26 especially, and the 28. Occasionally you hear like heavy footfalls somewhere far off in the distance, as well as what sounds like the sloshing of like someone wading through water or something, but it's unclear. It seems like a pretty decently large place. What do you guys want to do? Where do you want to go?
Xylos will say that, like, seems like there are... the footsteps and the sloshing, does that seem like two separate, like, are they kind of simultaneous, so it's two separate things? Or could it reasonably be perceived to be just one?
It sounds like they're coming from two different places. One's like further off that way, and the other one's like off that way. The sloshing's off. Wait, sorry, I did that wrong. Flip that. Off this way is the sloshing, and then sort of off this way is like the heavy footsteps.
I'm not sure if it would make sense in this context, but would Cleon have a reasonable expectation that the creatures that were described to him by Paul? I guess Paul's right here. I could just ask him. Could we encounter the creatures you described in this area?
Probably not. We've never had any issues with them down here.
Okay.
And yeah, Xylos will say, well, it seems like there's something in the water that way, and something, I don't know if it's coming towards us or away, but something walking on the surface that way, but don't know yet what that means. And will then proceed to sort of have his drone scan for sort of like any more recent disturbances, like on the surface around here. Like there's these things like if they've like shuffled a little recently by show of the sort of wear underneath them being exposed, or
roll it.
That style of thing around the place.
Yeah, I don't think your drone's able to spot anything of note. But I imagine as your drone's like sort of like drifting and like floating off in that direction, it like turns and starts to come back. It does spot a humanoid shape sort of off this way. So because you guys are coming from like an undercropped sort of thing, you're gonna have to go this way and then out to have any chance of seeing that from where you are. Just because like the wall's next to you.
And Cleon pull out his hand scanner and scan the whole area for, combatants, danger, life forms.
Go for it.
19.
I think with a 19, you get definitely that way from where you guys are an indistinct number of life signs.
The same way you were just pointing on the map.
Yeah, kind of that general direction.
Gotcha.
Sort of like it's somewhere in this direction.
Right. Cleon will say, I detect life forms. Because I don't think Xylos... Did Xylos already detect them and say something? Or
I didn't look for that, but yeah.
Okay, then he'll just say, I've got life forms in this direction.
I think as you say that, the Paul sort of like pulls out a baton and like lets go of it and starts like floating next to him, and he's like, "Now remember, last we heard these folks were quite delirious. Now hopefully we don't have to use any force to get them to return, but just in case." And it's like a stun baton that's like sparking at the top, that's like floating next to him, and he pulls out a second one that's in his hand.
Gotcha.
But if you guys would like, you can continue forward.
It's a good reminder. I mean, I think maybe Cleon will pull out his wide form taser. And that's what he'll be prepared to use. If
Fair
someone
enough.
needs to be shot. What if everybody's ready to move forward?
Yeah.
I don't know that Cleon would get too far ahead of everybody.
I'm still busy smelling.
And then after sort of starting to move forward, we'll just sort of send the drone on a generic scan of the area. So sort of like more just general mapping scan, looking for anything out of the ordinary, any people and whatnot.
Sure. I think in your drone's sort of wider scan, it does spot at least one more person up north. Sort of without even rolling at this point. Excuse me. They just seem to sort of be meandering around. And I will note it is noticeably more humid in here. Like, thick. The air is thick with moisture. And you do note, as the previously mentioned, individual down south who appears to be the described... I gotta stop opening that by accident. The described larger individual that is Patrick Way, who appears to just be sort of like standing over a grate that goes down to a lower level, and it's just like staring down into it, not moving. What do you guys want to do?
And is this grate sort of like fuming up?
Oh yeah,
at
it
all, or
is. It's like
lit?
fuming up with even like more humidity, right?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, Cleon will go his full movement distance, which is 1, 2, I think that's about right. Something like that, 10, 20, 30. And based on everything he's been saying, I think he'll call out Patrick Way and just see if he responds at all.
sort of like very, like sort of sluggishly like turns and looks at you and he goes, I'm Patrick Way. No further movements. Give me a perception check.
$16.
I don't know that you notice anything else. He just looks like he's kind of out of it.
Right. Before I move anymore, I kind of want to give the rest of the party the opportunity to do something in that 6 seconds that sort of just took place. Without calling it combat, obviously. But, you know, is anybody else moving forward or doing anything?
Xylos would have sort of indicated to blanking on the name Amila for where the person is. And did you say there was someone else to the north?
Yeah, there was someone else to the north. Let me pull the.
That was another thing.
That Xylos's drone had picked up on.
Right. Did Xylos share that with anybody else?
Also, like, during this time, Xylos will sort of show to what's his face that's like currently next to him, sort of just looking for a sort of a confirmed identity for who this other person is.
Yeah, so the other one that you see is the gnome, which would be Tarlin Posterol. He's sort of just wandering, you know, back and forth, kind of like this, just over and over again.
Okay.
Cleon was gonna approach Patrick Way, asking him, can I help you with your wriggling stomach? Like, as I approach, I'm trying to be like, can I help you? Let me help you out. Let me help you with what you're dealing with right now.
He points at you and he's like, you feel it too. Can hear them scratching.
He would move forward. I think he'd be here at this point, and
it's like
to
they
answer...
want out. Oh yeah, you move there. Give me a wisdom save.
Good list. 11.
And everybody roll initiative. I'm not trying to click that. There we go. As nobody else knows this person's here. Alright, so that was a failure against this psychic fog she's emitting right now. So you're going to take 5 psychic damage, which does ignore shields and damage reduction.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And you cannot take reactions until the end of your next turn.
Okay.
So you sort of just walk past the little wall section there toward Patrick, and it's like your mind suddenly becomes just like filled with fog, and you hear the inside, like as if coming from that mind fog itself, you hear the voice of this this woman. Inside, it's inside us all. Not those born in the vat, not those born in the stone, but the rest inside us all. So there's that.
I heard that in my head.
Yeah, you heard that in your head.
And can I respond to it in my head?
I mean, you could, yeah.
I would think back, like, what's in you, you know, if she doesn't respond. Okay, but...
Yeah, she's not going to respond, but yeah, you do respond back.
Gotcha.
Fairly certain he did so anyway.
I can adjust my spelling.
All right. There's a bit of swift motion out of the darkness from beneath this device that none of you had spotted before, as Patty Way leaps out and zips over in your direction, Xylos.
How dare.
And she is just like open palm strikes at like your sternum twice. 17 and 27.
Meets and very much hits.
9 bludgeoning damage. That's maximum damage. Which, damage reduction and divided between shields because it's melee damage.
Yes, but melee, so it's split, and damage.
Damage reduction is 3, right? So it's actually 6. So it's
my
3 and
damage
3.
reduction is actually 4.
Oh, 4. So 5. So it's 2 to your shields and 2 to your health.
Yeah.
And she hits, so she gets to make a third attack. Or
The first one actually met my AC as well, so that did damage too.
All right. So there's 4, which is also going to be 2 to your HP and 2 to your shields. I feel like I'm sinking down in my chair today. On a hit, makes an additional attack. So, that's what it is. She doesn't get 2 hits. She only gets the second hit if she hits. That's what it is.
Oh, gotcha.
So she did hit twice, but she's not going anywhere. She just shows up out of nowhere and just like. Xylos, it's your turn. She just showed up out of nowhere.
Yes. Right. Yeah. It's what the thought has been at the moment thus far. Let's taser them, but it's also sort of like, I mean, that was what it was prepared for, but it's also like what the hell? I thought these were sort of dozy sick people. Why are they hitting me?
Yeah, I mean, much like her brother over there, she looks a bit out of it, but is fully attacking. Failed to avoid the taser, though. She needs a con save against the stun. She failed.
So, yes, 9 lightning and stunned.
All right. All right, Sage Fog is going to... That's not you. She's going to use her Wandering Whale, which is going to allow her to move 10 feet. This way, and when doing so, she unleashes her Psychic Fog again, forcing you to make the save, Cleon, which is a Wisdom save. A 7 is a failure, which is 6 more psychic damage. So in addition to not being able to take a reaction, you cannot take a bonus action until the end of your next turn. Wow, and then she just sort of slowly meanders this way. And you guys can all sort of just hear her whispering as she's just like sort of smacking the side of her head, just like, inside. Next up. Just this little gnome guy who like jumps in the water and is like eyes deep in the water and is like wading through. And he gets to about here, and that's it for him. Armilla.
It looks like the closest to me is her.
Mhm.
But I don't want to do.
I will
wanna
give
do
you a
stun.
reminder that you can do non-lethal damage with your weapons.
I was gonna say I want to stun. I don't know
But
if
you
I-
know, typically speaking, I don't think I would. Never mind. What do you want to do? You want to stun? How would you go about that?
Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to say. I don't want to do lethal damage. I want to
You
knock
want to
her
do non-lethal
unconscious.
damage, sure.
And I don't know how I could do that.
Again,
Because-
you would just go for like non-fatal injuries. Is typically you just use the same weapon and the same attack. You're just trying not to hit them in the face or something, right?
All right.
But I feel like contextually, I don't know that we would like critical hits would be bad in this scenario.
I always thought that something like ranged fire in traditional D&D can't be non-lethal unless it's like a dummy round or something like that.
Like typically, there are restrictions based on damage type.
Right, exactly.
And there's like an argument to be made that like it doesn't make sense to do non-lethal fire damage. You know,
Exactly.
that kind of thing. Typically.
It also feels a little weird to bother to have tasers or wide form
Sure.
tasers at all if the laser pistols have stun settings.
Well, yeah, I
So-
guess the difference there would be that the laser pistol can't stun people,
Right.
and they're also
But-
targeting
and-
something different.
I think
Well,
any
also-
melee would be able to do it though.
Like what I'm trying to get at is, I think contextually, we will allow you to go for non-lethal shots, but you can't crit, and you'll do half as much damage. How's that? Does that compromise work for everyone?
Sure, no problem. I wasn't,
Okay, so
whatever you say.
okay.
And yes, this person here is currently stunned by
Ooh.
Xylos's taser.
The pink-haired gnome.
No.
No, not the gnome. The
other one.
right next to
Okay,
Xylos,
she is
yeah.
actually
Gotcha.
stunned.
Yeah,
Yes.
stunned.
Taser stunned.
Okay, I will go back to my other idea. I am actually going to walk up to her and try and grab a hold of her like a hug and hold on to her.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so she automatically fails a grapple check, is what would happen there. So she's going to have to
Right.
try and escape a grapple check on her turn, basically.
And I am hoping somebody has like a knockout shot on them. I didn't even think to ask.
Do you say anything when you do this?
I do now.
So you're like, knock her out, or what?
Yeah, just anybody have a knockout shot or something? And no, don't tell me your knockout shot is a fist.
So she's grabbed onto, and you sort of loose that question into the world. There's no immediate answer. It's Cleon's turn.
I've been mulling this
Face
over.
blade.
I think I think I'm just gonna lean into this. My gut reaction was this psychic person. I mean, I don't know. This could be the wrong choice, but I'm just gonna roll with it. So I'm gonna basically cast Hold Person on Sage.
Sure.
Probably not a good idea, but we're just gonna go with it. So that's gonna be a Wisdom saving throw, DC 17. It's an attack, so it's just, I'll go ahead and do this.
Oh, 10 is a failure.
Nice. So, I guess at the end of her next turn, she can try again, but otherwise, until then, she's paralyzed.
Okay.
Whatever that means. I don't know if that stops psychic things, but... so that's my action. Now, the second thing I'm just torn about is whether my whole intention was to approach Patrick Way and see if I could essentially communicate, talk the situation down and not have to get into tasing anyone. And now we're in combat. So I think I'm going to go ahead and actually close distance to the person I just held. And that's it, because I don't have any bonus.
Yeah, no, fair. I mean, she is paralyzed, but you're still going to have to make that wisdom save, as it is an automatic effect being caused by, like, the chaos going on inside her body right now.
When would that have happened? Like
when you, stepped
at the end
into
of my
this
turn?
space right here.
Okay, so I was outside of it and knew I was outside of it.
I don't know that you knew you were outside of it. You paralyzed her, you turned to walk closer, and one step, it's like, bam. So I
guess
know that you really knew. You know what I mean?
Right. I guess at this point, it's like I just had to remember, because I didn't see it. And my intention was to hold this person and then close distance so that I can take care of them next turn if possible. So that's a wisdom save?
Yeah, wisdom save.
A little bit better.
That's a
20.
success. So you take 3 damage, which again ignores damage reduction and shields. And you have to make a Constitution save for concentration DC 10.
On the whole person, or
On hold person, yes.
and Constitution save?
Because it's a concentration check. You're
Gotcha.
good. You're A-okay.
Mhm.
All right. So I believe that's it for you.
Yes, it's my turn.
Where did you go, sir? All right, over to Paul, who goes, I don't know if this will work. And he's going to questionable idea. Use his psychic blast in the hopes that it will knock her unconscious. Which is going to be a wisdom save. Well, that's a little bit of a failure. So it's one of his uses for today. That's going to be 9 psychic damage. It's like, psychic damage can definitely knock someone unconscious. I feel like. In my head, it's bludgeoning, psychic, and force can just knock people unconscious, Everything else is a little more questionable.
And this is a bludgeoning straight to the brain.
Patrick Way sort of stumbles forward. And he's going to try and shove you. I guess you would come here, Cleon. I think that misses. I mean,
yes,
I imagine it hits. It just doesn't do much. It's like a glancing blow or something.
Yeah. He got both hands firmly on me, but I didn't budge at all.
Right. I mean, he's a big guy. I think he's a little bit taller than you. What are you, 6'9" or something? 6'8"?
I'm 6'7". Yeah, he's 6'10". So
yeah, he's a very big guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, are we ready for disturbance? The stunned Patty like starts to like convulse a little bit, and then like out of her mouth start to spew all these little worms that tumble to the ground.
Lovely.
And you find Paul just like, what in the hell? And they're sort of like in between the four of you. Over here. With an initiative of 0, so, you know, it's fine. But as they, like, tumble to the ground, they, like, right themselves and start to, like, move in an indeterminate direction. But she is no longer stunned now. Xylos. There's your problem.
Yeah. And these sort of worms, like, what sort of are we talking, like, kind of like
sort of fat,
earthworm,
stubby little
tapeworm
grubs.
sort of size, or like okay, yeah.
In terms of like bodily proportions, not long worms, but like fat, stubby little grubs, with like lots of little teeth. In terms of size, I'd say probably each of them is about maybe 1/4 of an inch. I'm sure that helps you a whole lot.
Yeah. And
so relatively small, but there's like hundreds of them. Or like 100 of them, I guess.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going to gut reaction this, which is going to be potentially a bit of an over the top of reaction here, and might not be great for the other person, the stunned or formerly stunned person. I'm going to sort of trigger from my belt a pulse wave to push away. Yeah.
Away with you.
Exactly.
What does that say?
And,
Con?
What was it? Yes, con save. Fail. And yeah, like in all reality, what that's going to be is it's going to be oh, hold on, is it how many feet? 15 feet? 30?
30-foot cone.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it'll hit him too. Hold on.
Yeah.
Tarlin Postrel. Yeah, they all fail.
And yes, that's very much the pushing 15 feet. And oh, the 66 force. Ooh.
Nice, nice. And that is a what level spell?
That is 3rd.
You killed like 70% of those little worms as they like scatter and like tumble over each other. Patty is injured. Where is it? 4. Okay, so that's it ignores all the damage reduction. So, and he doesn't have any. Oops. All right, not bad. A bunch of little worms are dead.
Yeah.
But did you want to move?
I would have if it weren't for the fact that there's like all those worms that Paddy just threw up right in between.
Right.
What he will do is just call out because can't really see Cleon
Sure.
right now, but just call out she just threw up a bunch of worms, and
I mean, yeah,
and
accurate.
right now I'm just gonna sort of have my drone just recording what's going on here, as opposed to
Doing anything else,
deciding
yeah.
on like if wanting to actually sort of heal people up or not, because it's a bit ambiguous what's good or not right now.
Fair enough. All right. We're over to Mama Sage, who is currently paralyzed, and as she's like struggling against this, trying to move, you see much the same, like these like worms start to spill out of her mouth.
Lovely.
So
They must be
mostly
coming
awful.
out her nose though, because it's paralyzed. Her jaw wouldn't be able to move. You know.
I mean, you're assuming her
coming out
mouth
her
was
ears.
closed. I mean, you're assuming her mouth was closed, but yeah, nose as well. And bam. Oh, I'm not sure how I did that. I just like copied it, so now there's two. How did I do that? None of the buttons are working to do that. I don't know how I did that, but I'm impressed with myself. Alright. They sort of tumble into this space here. Like half of them like stuck to this wall. Grotesque,
Yep.
to be honest. So it is Tarlin's turn. Did that knock prone, by the way? Pulse wave, I don't remember.
No.
Okay, so he is not prone. He's just slow, as their movements are stiffened. So he very sluggishly starts to move in the direction he was pushed away from. He does his best to dash. I think it's about here. And you see he's like mouthing something with like a stiff jaw. And I think your 21 passive perception, right, is well enough to see that he's kind of mouthing, they want to spread. Arnoa.
Okay, did you say that they want to spread or spray?
Spread.
Like butter
Spread
on toast.
with a D.
Yeah, with a D.
Okay. God, I swear, my ears are not working. Okay. And I take it Patty was handled.
No.
Well, she was moved.
She's
She
still
threw
stunned.
up.
She's
She's
moved.
right.
No
she-
longer stunned.
Oh, so she got out of my grapple.
Oh, I forgot that she was grappled when that pulse wave occurred. I think the only way to have done that is that she was like forcefully like ripped out of your arms with the pulse wave.
Right.
So yeah, she was shoved out of your grapple.
No, I have this big guy running at me, so I'm just going to have to shoot him.
There's a big guy running at me. It's a 3-foot tall, little pink-haired gnome who's very slowly meandering in your direction.
Well, I can see how well the grapple worked, so.
But yeah, that was very much due to Xylos panicking and hitting the emergency evacuate button on his belt.
I thought I hit it with. Let's try it again. Am I not alive?
We can hear you.
No, I meant.
You're in roll 20.
Yeah, I know. Okay, why isn't it? Never mind.
Hey, some days it do be like that. Believe it or not, that's a hit. Which one are you shooting at? Sorry, that's important to know.
Gnome.
Oh yeah, that's a hit.
Yeah, I'm afraid of the gnome.
Oh, she's in her security uniform, so it's like armor, so that's a different story. But the little gnome, yeah, that's a hit. And you were trying not to kill them?
Correct.
So it's damage. You definitely dealt damage. It was like a little laser graze.
Everybody should be scared of gnomes.
Huh?
I mean, I say that as Corwin.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Do you want to move at all?
I can't.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm going to double check this. Xylos is right behind me. You know what?
I'm
I'm
tall.
I can move through his space. I was thinking I couldn't. I'm going to
Oh yeah,
hide behind
he does
him.
count as an ally.
Yeah, I'm just going to hide behind him.
All right, so this swarm over here is going to move into Cleon's space. They don't know any better, so they're going to try and infect you. Basically, how this is going to work is, even though it can hurt you, it can't infest you. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So give me a Constitution save.
How about 25?
That is a success. Let me just check. So, succeed or fail, you take this much damage. But you succeeded, so the other stuff doesn't happen. This does count as melee damage and is reduced. So, what's that, like 2 for you?
Yeah, 2 total.
As these worms start to sort of almost in like a uncanny way, leap up and bite onto your leg and stuff and try to burrow inside your leg. Unsuccessfully, mind you, but it is all of 1 damage to your shields and 1 to your HP.
Gotcha.
Then it is your turn. You are starting your turn inside this aura, so you'll need a wisdom save.
Okay. Roll 20 didn't want to let me change my hit points for a second. That should all be right. Yeah. Sorry, what? Wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom.
16?
16 is a failure.
Ooh.
You have no reactions until the end of your next turn, and you take 7 psychic damage that ignores damage reduction and shields. And give me a concentration check for hold person.
14.
That'll succeed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what you doing?
Now, my intention here is to basically move into her space, put her arms, her hands behind her back, and manacle her. I have manacles on me, and I'm going to speak to her while I'm doing it, saying, I don't want to harm you. Something is controlling you. Then I'm going to manacle her. Is that the whole action?
Give me a persuasion check at disadvantage. It's not going to be hard, but you do have disadvantage.
Well, I got an 11 charisma, too.
Oh, yeah, plus 11?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, 11, not plus 11. I don't know why I thought you meant plus 11. It's like,
Yeah,
how did
no.
that happen? That is a failure. So she's struggling against the cuffs as much as she can while being paralyzed. But she is cuffed. Just a quick aside, real quick. Let's have a flashback for when you were turning in the pirate to the jail. Did you make a point of getting your manacles back?
Absolutely. Because I used the dimensional shackles in that case. I have 3 regular manacles as well as my dimensional shackles.
Fair enough. No, I really wanted to know. so they send him back, and you're like, I need my manacles back.
Yes. In fact, there was going to be a discussion about maybe creating a jail and stuff, but in the long run, he was turned over to someone else. So that
I mean, he
didn't
would have
happen.
been in that context just because of timing.
Right.
But,
Exactly. So I would have, I would have gotten my manacles back as soon as I turned him over to somebody else.
That, or you guys just would have locked him in a closet for a few weeks.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Sorry. So that'll be your action. You do have her manacled, so that's something.
Should I be in her space? I mean, that's kind of, I'm like right behind her.
Like, I don't know that you'd necessarily be in her space because you would just reach into her space and do that.
Okay. Okay, then, I mean, I don't know that I'd move.
Fair enough.
So, I guess I'll go ahead and bonus action pop a med pack. We didn't get any more of that this time, right? We didn't get a free one, right?
You get the one free med patch.
You did? Okay.
Every time, yeah.
Okay, then I'm using that one.
It's the advanced one you didn't get this time because this was supposed to be chill.
Right.
Find the missing people.
Let's roll its hit dice plus con modifier, so it's 1d10.
Well, we found them, so we're done, right?
Oh, so that's 4, and the con modifier is 4 doubled is 8, so that's 12 total. Because 2 plus 4 doubled.
Yeah,
6,
correct.
so 12. Plus
Correct.
12, and that's healing. That's bonus action. I'm not moving. I said what I was going to say. I don't know. I wanted to try to do something more, but I figured I wouldn't be able to. So that's Cleon.
You'll get an answer, just not right away because you failed. He does not have AoE abilities. He's just got the single target stuff. I think he's gonna do the telekinetic throw with his stun baton that he has from being a Vatborn director. So he just like hurls the one that's like next to him, and it flies, and he's gonna try and smack Patty with it. And he's like, I picture him just being like, "Don't be mad at me," which is gonna miss, and it just like straight past your head. You rolled a 3, man.
Mm.
That is unfortunate. All right.
I rolled a 1 and a 2 on that persuasion. Terrible. Get him out of the way.
He's gonna try and shove you again and fail.
Immovable object.
Well, I guess he technically has a +3, but that's still a +2, but that's still a miss. All right. The injured worms. What is their movement? Oh yeah, that's enough. Because they have to be in your space to bite you. Give me a Constitution save as they like start swarming around your legs, like biting at your calves. That is a success. So alls that happens is you take 9 piercing damage, which is reduced by your 4, so it's actually 5.
And is a melee, so 2 and 2.
Correct. They're just like, nah.
I'm picturing what they're wanting to do is like, in the Mummy, what the scarab beetles do.
Yeah.
With the like getting up inside your skin.
Yep. Something like that.
Yeah, no thank you.
Patty is going for the security chief. And all she says, like she sort of mutters under her breath, which, I think you, with a 21 passive perception, you definitely hear. I'm not sure what Mothership's passive perception is with Armilla, but she might hear this as well.
I don't think it's 21.
Huh? Uh-oh. Those both hit. obviously. That could have been worse. Are you checking?
I don't know where to look.
It's under your skills.
Yes.
Yeah. Just above tool proficiencies under the skills list on the character sheet.
Yeah, see, I don't. Tool proficiencies. So, 16?
I think that's enough, yeah. She just says, handle this, and then punches him really hard. Xylos.
Oh, friends.
Oh,
Worms
gosh.
on you. What you doing?
Yes. I don't want worms on me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Based on my understanding of the situation, if I were to sort of like scarp her just 5 feet, would that get them off me for the moment, or would they sort of like stay like clung kind of on me?
I think you feel like you could step away from them and
Sure.
that you would not be in danger for this immediate second.
They're not actively up my trousers yet. How do I... Just trying to decide if I... Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna... Yeah. Oh, I guess that does provoke attack of opportunity from what's-her-face?
Yeah, I think it would. That is correct.
Yeah, that's a hit. 9,
Which
9,
you
5,
got the math.
2. Yeah, consistent.
It doesn't activate the extra attack though from her ability.
And I'm then going to wide form taser, which I don't really. I mean, what's it?
I feel like you could do that. Yeah.
Oh, could I? Yeah, could I dodge Paul with that? It's hard to say.
I mean, I'll go with yes.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yes, that. Yes. 14 has the -5 already, so yeah, that meets and that fails.
All right. What's the damage?
7.
All right. That drops the worms as they just like roast as they're getting electrocuted. I'm sure it smells great.
Yeah. And yeah, bonus action wise, there's not a lot that I want to do right now, nor is there movement wise either, really. So I'm just gonna have my sort of drone sort of rotate round to a bit of a better vantage point for knowing what's going on, and that's going to be it for me.
All right. Fair enough. Give me just a second. I'm checking the thing. Okay. Sage over here gets another attempt at the save.
Yeah, at the end of her turn.
So
It's a DC 17.
Was it wisdom?
Yes, wisdom. DC 17. Nice.
She sort of like loudly whispers, "Burn them out." And then it is Tarlin Postural's turn. Who's moving right here. I'm fairly certain he can still hear. So a gnome just sort of leisurely meanders over in your direction, Xylos, and just headbutts you as hard as he can.
In the shin.
Exactly. 22 to hit definitely hits.
Low blow.
4 bludgeoning damage, and you have to make a strength save or fall prone. Oh, did you not get any of that? I thought you could hear.
He stepped away.
Sorry, no, I did miss all of that. What was that? Sorry.
So this gnome sort of meanders in your direction and then just headbutts you in the knees as hard as he can. And he hits 4 bludgeoning damage, which I guess is reduced all the way to 1, so it's 1 to your shields and 1 to your health. And then you have to make a DC 12 strength save for fall prone.
Okay. Oh, by the way, yeah, so the minimum damage, that's the minimum damage before or after the split?
Well, because you can't go minimum 1 in either capacity, it's just 1 to each.
Okay. Because my minimum damage is 2.
Which, would reduce to 2, and then it would be divided anyway, so it's 1 to each. Anyways.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was
Fair
before
enough.
the divide, not after the divide. Okay. And, a strength save.
Yeah. Look, I've been having a lot of knee problems the past 2 weeks, so this hurts me.
Yeah. Was the first group of worms going?
Buckling them. Yeah, the first one's gone.
Okay. Gotcha. Awesome.
Armilla.
Yo ho.
What would you like to do? That gnome just headbutted Xylos. What are you gonna do?
But he's still standing, correct?
Yeah. Well, no, Xylos is on the ground.
The
gnome is still standing.
And Xylos is still alive and well. He's just physically been knocked
Knocked
to
to
the ground. Yeah.
Well, that gives me the impression that they are not. Don't know that how out to get us they are, because, well, if he has no weapons,
None of them have any weapons. I mean, one thing you'll notice is they definitely seem more resilient than they probably would be, so there's something going on there. They also seem to be, like, not using lethal force.
Or all their brain. Okay, here you go.
That too.
Against the gnome.
That would be at disadvantage because he's within 5 feet of you, so you're going to have to roll it again and see what happens. You're A-okay. You shoot the gnome. Alright. Not too bad. That is damage dealt.
And I'm not going to worry about him, because if all he's doing is bludgeoning damage, I'm not going to worry about him.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
Next.
Over to this swarm, which is going to try and bite into Cleon. So if you want to roll that... I forgot what it is. Hold on. Constitution save.
20.
Alright, so all that happens is you take some piercing damage, which you reduce and divide.
So 2 to 2 and 2.
Yep. Then Cleon, it's your turn.
Okay. Come on, roll 20. That's weird. The numbers in the bars changed, but not in the bubble. And now I can't. Like, roll 20 is frozen for me.
That is irritating.
Okay. So first thing I need to ask, and I felt like I should wait until my turn to ask, was when she said burn them out, do I feel like she was talking to me? Like giving me instructions or not?
Yes, I believe you would feel that way.
Okay.
It seemed like that's what she was doing.
Gotcha. Okay. Now work with me, roll 20. I'm going to step over here. 15 feet, is that right? Or do I want to... No, I want to go here. That's right.
Yes.
So I'm going to go there. Then I'm going to point at them and burning hands. I'm going to try to catch all three of these things in burning hands.
Go for it.
That's the fire I got, and she told me to do it.
She did indeed. Oh, I guess you would have had to have made a wisdom save at the start of your turn. Sorry, because of the it's
7.
not really controllable for her at this stage.
So
5 psychic damage. You failed, so you don't have reactions. But
right.
Or also you have to make a concentration check.
Oh.
You
26.
could, no problem.
And she's still held, so she couldn't. But I don't know if the worms.
So she's going to automatically fail the save when you do this because it's a dex save. No, I know. Sorry,
Gotcha.
I was just...
Okay.
The worms do not take the attack of opportunity.
Okay. Then DC 17 save for everybody. It looks like 14 damage. No, just 11. The gravitic impact shouldn't count.
What the heck?
11 or half damage.
Huh. Wait, hold on. I forgot to put something in. There we go. Dex saves for everyone. Failure. She automatically fails, so we're over to Patrick. Alright, they fail.
So they all take 11 fire damage.
It seemed like those little worms just took a lot more than 11 fire damage as they all burn away. Just screeching. And then another thing's going to have to happen. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Nothing. Go ahead and continue. I'll say something before the end of my turn.
Let's see. It's easier just to do it this way. Okay. So literally all of them fail. So what happens now is awful.
Ooh.
I mean, did you have much choice? As hundreds of worms just erupt out of the bodies of the two of them. They both collapse to the ground. They appear as if they're still breathing, but they are definitely unconscious. And instead of dealing with them, you now have... Oh god, this is a broken token. Hello? Uh-oh. Roll 20, please. I'm gonna have to refresh. That's a lot of things to reopen. Hold, please. It was the one I somehow duplicated earlier. It was like a phantom token, I guess, and wasn't really there. All right, so instead you have to deal with this. Joy.
Okay, well, that's movement, attack. I'll go ahead and use my second wind.
You're no
Bonus.
longer concentrating on that spell because it ended when she dropped consciousness.
Gotcha. Okay. Second wind, I forget. Let me look at that real quick.
Bonus action, I think.
1d10 plus your fighter level. Yeah, it is definitely bonus action. 1d10. So I just got 16 healed. Plus 16. And I'm gonna yell as loud as I can. They're vulnerable to fire. Kill them with fire. Or I'll just say use fire. That's what I should say. Just use fire against them.
Yeah, makes
That's
sense.
the concise thing. Yeah.
Makes sense. I
And
gotta
that's
roll
my
these
turn.
guys' initiative. They won't be added until the start of next round, though.
Okay.
All right, and we're over to the chief. He's going to telekinetically throw another one of his batons. I think he'll probably do the thing that makes sense to him, which is to move over here and then do it, which is going to cause an attack of opportunity from her. But it makes the most sense to him. I think all he says is she's definitely not trying to kill us. Jesus. And I'm not trying to do much. Alright. We're having death saves for these guys. 1 success for Patrick.
Is that perceivable, or, to like Cleon right next to him, that he looks like he...
He looks like he's bleeding out. I would say they both do,
What?
yeah. It's pretty apparent, definitely. Alright. Ba-da-ba-ba. A little bit of damage. Xylos, it's your go.
I'm gonna stick with my routine for the moment of just trying to taser these two. Oof, but what's that? A con save of 4. I think they're gonna be fine here.
Oh, it is a con save. That's my bad. I've been making a deck save every time.
And
oh, sorry, that's
yeah,
not him. That's
that's the swarm. Yes.
just did the wrong one.
Yeah.
A 19.
And
so they're good.
Gonna stand up as well.
I like the
while
idea of you
doing
being
that.
like, ah!
Yeah.
And then you stand up.
Yeah. And I'm gonna spend sort of like kind of the rest of my time like looking at the feed from the drone to work out what on earth's going on around the corner.
Sure.
And
Just sort of, like,
in
shift your
fact
eyes over
potentially even sort of because I've been hearing lots of shouting and lots of stuff going on, and
there's lots of worms over there now, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed. Do do I want to? Yeah, go on. And no, actually, yeah, and that's everything for me right now.
All right, the next up is Sage Fog's death save, which is a success. Armilla, you definitely heard the shout of what? Kill him with fire or something to that effect.
Use fire?
Yeah.
I don't know how to use fire. I don't have any.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't have any way to
Don't
use
you have fire? Didn't you just take a plasma pistol?
Right.
That's like physically on your person right now?
I didn't feel like I should say something, but yeah.
That's what that does?
Yeah, plasma pistol does fire damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay. Well, I think she'd be smarter than I am, so she would know that.
Sure. And yeah, you can just like put your laser pistol in your other hand and then draw the plasma pistol.
Sure.
And then next turn you can put the laser pistol away. And because it's a one-handed weapon, you can do that without issue.
Okay.
If you don't have it in yet, just roll your laser pistol for the to hit, and we'll deal with the damage in a second.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okey-dokey.
Are you shooting? Well, would we like to say you moved 5 feet away before you did that?
What'd you say?
Would we like to say you moved before you did that? Otherwise, you have disadvantage.
Doesn't that depend on who I'm hitting?
No, you have an enemy within 5 feet of you, so you have disadvantage.
Just one step, right?
Yeah, and he's not going to try and headbutt you as an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Not that you knew that. Okay, so with the plasma pistol, it's going to be, because you crit, if you want to do /roll.
Yep.
6d8 plus 3 plus 2d6. Oh no, that'd be doubled. So plus 4d6 for your other ability.
Wow.
I mean, it's a crit.
I don't think Scott's going to be standing.
Was it non-lethal? Intended to be non-lethal?
Yes, that's what we're doing.
Then
to the best capability. Right, no, we switched to the half damage thing from the crit. Sorry. So instead of not being able to crit, we switched to doing half damage when you're doing non-lethal. Sorry, I know that was a bit finicky. That's my bad. And that ability is the same type as the weapon damage. So that is a DC 23 Constitution save. Well, aren't they a little samey? All right. So that fella drops to 0 hit points as a bunch of worms erupt out of his body. And he is unconscious and bleeding out. So now that guy is unconscious and bleeding out, and you and Xylos are next to a bunch of worms. Is there anything else you'd like to do, since you still have your movement and your bonus action, and you got, things you can do?
Have I noticed how fast the worms move?
They seem pretty slow, I suppose, is the simplest answer.
So I could take a step backwards, or even two.
You don't think
Yeah,
one
two.
would be enough. Like, they're fast enough, they can cover like 15 feet in a round. But you don't
Let's
know
go
if
here.
that's the fastest they can go.
Okay. And then I will just shoot it, hopefully, before it gets to me. I can only shoot once,
Correct.
so I'll just have to wait.
So that's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Tarlin is going to make a save. That is a failure, so he's at 1 failure. Cleon. Well, you don't have to make those wisdom saves anymore.
Well, idealistic question here. Would it be possible for me to hit all the worms with the burning hands and miss the corpses, the 2 corpses on the body?
The
or on the
worms are
ground?
too low to the ground. You would not be able to manage that.
Okay, I figured. Well, I tell you what. In the interest of expedience, is it possible from where I'm at now, or if I were to just move here, to get these 3?
Yes.
You know what I mean, and miss the others. So everything above.
Yeah, that would
basically.
be viable.
Okay, I'm gonna step there, and I'm gonna burning hands, hitting those 3 worms, the 3 top ones. That's a DC 17. I'll just pop that in chat again, and there we go. So they all take 9 fire damage.
That definitely seemed effective, but they're all still wriggling about.
Okay.
Well, got your... No, never mind, sorry.
Really, I'm just thinking about moving now. I think I'm gonna stay right where I'm at, though. So, yeah, that's me. That's Cleon's turn.
Nothing for your bonus action? Okay.
I'm not hurt enough.
Okay. Alright, Paul over here is going to try and do a psionic blast. If I can find his sheet. There he is. Psychic blast. So Patty's gonna have to make a wisdom save. Whoops. Alright. Alright, we got some swarms moving in. This one's moving its 3 spaces, and making little bites on you, Cleon. Give me that Constitution save. Alright. So this is all that happens. You take 8 piercing damage, which is what? Reduced by 4?
Yeah, so it's 1 and 1.
Nice.
Like usual. Little nibbles.
Capture away. That's 1 failure. This swarm is coming for you. So you got 2 swarms chomping at you.
Is that another Constitution save, or another 2?
Yeah, another Constitution save.
Okay. There we go.
Wow. You know, it's just gonna, yeah, so 8 reduced.
So down to 3. So 1 and 1.
Yep.
Again.
It's gonna seem like they don't do that much if you just keep succeeding. You gotta fail at least once, so you know what they do. One more con save.
20.
But it just ain't happening. So it's just 5, which is gonna be 1 and 1 again.
Yeah.
The other two are moving this way. Yeah, because of their movement speed, they just get to Paul.
Are 2 of the ones that attacked me the 2 that I didn't damage last time?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
The 2 of the ones you did damage are now over with
Right.
the security chief, Paul. Alright. That's a hit and a miss. And that is... So, since she managed to get that, she's actually moving over here. No attacks of opportunity. Xylos.
Okay. I'm going to... Well, with seeing on the drone feed that Cleon's literally getting swarmed, I'm going to just tell the... and yeah, from here I can't... I've not really had the opportunity to work out how exactly that's going for him. I'm going to tell the drone to sort of focus on assisting him with heals, and trying to yeah, I'm so this gnome next to me, they are just sort of like fully like limp on the ground, bleeding out, right?
Correct.
So yeah, I'm gonna take out my modded med patch and charge it up on him for a cure wounds on him.
Alright, cure wounds. His senses return to him. He is conscious, he is awake, he is alive. He's freaking out.
Gosh, yeah, annoyingly, I think I'm gonna stay there. And cross fingers. Yep. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Next up is another death save. That's 1 failure for her. Parasites. I mean, this is probably wildly terrifying for this little gnome guy, as these worm things that just burst out of him are now crawling on top of him to get to you, Xylos. So give me a con save.
And I don't know if this will fully fix it, but I'm going to use a use of my flash of genius. Like, I've seen where they've been trying to get into me before, and I'm just trying to keep them onto more sheltered areas. For that's a +4 to my con save.
15 will succeed. So you do take 8 piercing damage, which is going to be reduced in the normal way. Which, you know, probably hurts a little bit, but they're not burrowing under your skin.
Yet.
Yet indeed.
For sure doing that.
All right, this next one's moving towards you as well, Xylus. I'm going to sort of set them off so we can see that you're under there.
I've already used my reaction.
Give me that con save.
Even worse.
All right, give me just a second, and we'll get to what that does. Alright, I should have this in properly for you, Mothership, so you can just use the laser or the plasma pistol next time on your ship.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, and this guy is doing some damage. So the first thing that happens is you take 10 piercing damage, which is reduced by the normal means. And you become infested with 10 of these worms as they burrow into your skin. Actually, that's going to be less. It's going to be 4.
I'm sorry.
Because
Who?
of damage reduction and stuff. Xylus.
Xylos.
So it's only 4, but they're in there. They're like, they like burrow into your leg, and you're like, no, no, no! That is it for them. Next up is this one, which is going to move toward Armilla and not quite make it. And then it is Armilla's turn.
You know, it's too bad I can't just squeeze the trigger and do a sweep of a shot.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Sounds like you want a flamethrower.
Yeah, that would work.
Especially right now.
Yeah, that would be perfect. All right, here we go. Let's see if you got it. See if it works.
That will hit. I have to figure out how to not show that every time.
Yeah, did I miss? It didn't.
It didn't roll the damage. There it
There
is.
we go.
Oh, I forgot to put in the damage type. Ooh, yeah. So you shoot like center mass of this swarm that's like just crawling over each other trying to get to you. And as you hit square in the center, the plasma mass, little ball that shoots out of the pistol, smacks dab in the middle of them and like spreads across all of them. And they just burn away into ash. So that one's gone.
Works for me. And I don't need to back up either.
For sure. It did seem like they were very close to getting to you, but yeah. So not
Okay.
necessary, but couldn't hurt. But up to you.
Yeah, I'm fine where I am. Because I want to, as soon as I can, as soon as it's clear, I want to put a healing patch on one of the unconscious ones. So I don't want to get too far away.
When it comes to Zostral's turn, which is immediately after yours. Oh, actually, I will say, don't forget you can always just void jump over there if you want to.
I could.
Just a reminder. Zostral? Sorry. Who is Zostral? I don't even know who that is.
That's what he's going to name his kid.
Yeah.
Tarlin.
Sounds like somebody important.
Tarlin gets up and he's trying to bolt out the door. He's freaking out. Cleon, it should go.
Yeah, last turn, like I legitimately had expected to take a couple turns before addressing these guys. So when you mentioned the bonus, it just didn't click. But I'm gonna go ahead and move over here.
Also, Cleon heals 4 at the start of their turn.
Oh, nice. So I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna use my bonus action to med pack Sage.
Nice. Just roll a d8 plus nothing for her. No con.
8.
Doubled, so 16. Awake and alive.
That's a little bit of movement, 15 movement bonus. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out my Alliance plasma pistol.
I can't hide it. It's annoying.
And I don't know how to necessarily pick. I guess I'm just gonna shoot the mass closest to me.
Okay.
You know?
Go for it.
I think I'm far enough away to avoid the disadvantage. There we go. I think that's right. +7. Yeah, 26 to hit. So I think that hits. We're going to do 16 fire damage. And with my second attack, I'll shoot the next one close. Well, I'll shoot the one like there, you know, the one so closest to what's his face. 10.
10 hits.
I don't think okay. I was gonna say I don't think I can even prove that. That's 22 fire damage.
You killed both of them.
Okay.
The fire seems very effective.
Nice. I think I'm done. Yeah. That's action bonus. I could keep moving. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and move back over here, and then that's the end of my turn.
All right, the security chief moves right here. And Armilla, it's entirely up to you what you do in this circumstance. He raises a hand and he goes, "Borrow," and motions towards your pistol.
What was the word?
Borrow.
Laura. Who?
Security Chief Paul.
Oh, yeah. No, he can have it.
Yeah, so you sort of like, I imagine you're like, you nod and you feel the pistol start to get like tugged out of your hand, and you loosen up, and he uses his bonus action with his telekinetic grip to pull it towards him. And he catches it, and he uses his action to shoot at one of these guys on the ground.
Totally reasonable.
His attack roll is going to be 5 less than yours, so just go ahead and roll your attack roll, and we'll just remember that. He's not very dexterous.
For a security chief? Really?
I mean, he uses his psionic blast most of the time, so, you know.
Maybe he does a lot of desk work.
That's it.
I mean, stun baton, telekinetically throwing it at people, psychic blasting people, like, he doesn't need to use pistols most of the time. So with the -5, that'll hit. Roll your damage. It'll be 3 less without the, well, it's red, but without that. So that actually kills this guy. Alright. Not a bad turn. Unfortunately, he can't return it to you the same turn, but that worked pretty well. All right. Patrick is at 2 successes. So you guys are pretty spread out now, and they're only going to go after you guys. They're not going to go after the people they were inside. Those people are pretty sickly and unwell after that exchange. So I think he turns around and is going back to Cleon, but can't make it and be able to do anything. I will say for our those of you who have a 19 or higher passive perception, the sloshing has grown quite loud, and you see a whole host of these little worms just sort of like float, like bobbing on the water, moving towards you guys.
Lovely.
Patty is now going to move down and try and punch you, Cleon. There it is. I believe that meets you, right?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I think you cut out.
Yes, it meets. It hits. That's a hit. And I don't pop my shield for clarity, for, you know.
So both her hits hit you, so that's going to be 6 and 9. So I think you know how that goes. That first one's 1 and 1, right?
Yeah, and then 9 minus 5 is 4. Split is 2 and 2.
Yep.
So 3 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Xylos' turn.
Yeah, so I've got 4 of the...
Ooh, start of your turn. Okay, so this is what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Someone had to find out. With sort of the look of this, there's the fun fact as well that the sort of like top few layers of Xylos' skin are sort of like semi-transparent as well. So you get to see all the nitty-gritty details of what's going on.
All right, so you take
Interesting.
1d6 piercing damage for each of them infesting you, which is 4, which ignores your shields and ignores your damage reduction. 14 piercing damage, and as you can feel them like burrowing deeper inside your leg at this point. But yeah, from there you can do what you want to do.
Yes, what do I want? Like, there's these 4 burrowing into me, but also there's more that are trying to burrow into me.
You definitely get the idea that if enough of them get in there, that's going to be a problem. You're going to sort of get delirious and wander about. He might even start headbutting people. Who knows?
These stairs here, are they going up or down?
These stairs sort of go... yeah, these ones and these ones go up to this platform here.
Gotcha, yeah. What I think I'm going to do just now is probably action to disengage.
Action to disengage, okay.
And then how far can I get that far and use a med patch on myself for a bonus action.
Fair enough.
Which is... yeah. That's what a med patch is, basically, like, same as rolling a hit die?
It's the result of a hit die plus con doubled.
Oh, doubled. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, that's my turn.
So, Mirma is going to stand up. She's not going to move. And she's going to try and psionically blast this cluster of little bastards next to her. Which is going to be a wisdom save on their part. Oh, that's not... there it is. So they're going to fail, and she's actively doing this, so it's going to be... that drops that one. So she immediately gets revenge as she like pops their little brains. Next is... oh, Tarlin just keeps running out the door. So he's going to be removed from initiative order as he's just gone. Armilla. Well, you now no longer have your pistol, but if it's any consolation, he's like this, like holding it up in an open palm. What would you like to do, Armilla?
How close is he to me? He's all the way over there.
Yeah. Slightly more than you could make in just like a normal run. But you kind of get the idea that he's doing that in part because he's used to fighting alongside other people with telekinetic powers.
Sure.
So he's like, you can take it kind of thing.
So, I don't know if I can do this in one turn. I'm gonna, phase shift, grab it, and turn around and shoot this one?
You want to void jump over there, turn around and shoot. Yeah. Because he's got it open and you're just sort of taking it. It's an item interaction. So
right.
You can just replace your movement with your void step to teleport over there, and then take the pistol from him, and then shoot one. Absolutely, go for it.
Yay.
Ooh.
Nice.
I am determined to get rid of these guys.
You're
wow.
really good with that plasma pistol.
Like, better than the other one, apparently.
I know.
30, 40, 41, 46 doubled. That's a lot of damage. Was that, like, 92? You killed it. I think there's now a crater in the concrete, okay? It was a devastating shot.
Oops. I think we have cement in there on the ship. We can fix that.
I don't think we're going to be taking that out of your pay. That's fine. I imagine that's it for your turn. Although I think you could have done your bonus action to teleport over there rather than your movement, and then you would still have your 30 feet of movement once you got over there.
That's okay.
Fair
I'm
enough.
in a good spot. I don't think they're going to come get me.
All right,
If they even know where I went.
This one sort of just drifts in the water. I say this one. This like swarm of them that are just like bobbing on the water. Drift closer to Armilla and Paul. Cleon, what would you like to do?
Other than healing up 4. Because you get that
Yes.
anyway.
Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna bonus action heal Patrick Way.
Nice.
With the med patch. Should I roll something?
I will roll it.
Okay.
Let me double check. I actually don't remember what his constitution is. It's not terrible. Go about your turn. He's awake and alive.
Okay. I'm gonna play around a little bit. I think I'm gonna tweak what I was gonna do a little bit. I'm gonna move over here.
18, okay. Ooh.
So I moved there, and I'm going to I'm gonna go ahead and lightning lure Patty.
Sure.
That's DC 17 strength save. 9 lightning.
Oh, wow. She got it.
Yeah, she did. Okay, that's all right. Stay right where you are.
She's a
That's
tough little
fine.
bugger.
And with my second attack, because I get to take an attack, one additional.
The
attack
bonus
for
action
more.
attack, yeah.
Right.
Doesn't that have to?
Well, it's not.
Correct me if
it's
I'm wrong.
not-
Doesn't that have to be melee?
Oh, maybe, but no. There it is. You can make one weapon attack as a bonus action.
Sweet.
So I can't because I already used my bonus action.
Oh my god, you could totally be like an archer as an Eldritch Knight then. I've never seen anyone do that. That's awesome.
Yeah, but that actually that's all I can do. I already took my bonus action, so I forgot that uses. I thought it was just
Replace your attack, yeah.
Replaces one of my 2 attacks with the cantrip, but that's fine.
No. That's
you know,
there's one singularly one subclass that does that. I don't remember what one it is.
Well,
Anyway.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and action surge because ultimately I was thinking about doing that anyway, depending on how all that went.
Sure.
Now, with my 2 attacks, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna shoot this one first, the closest. Right, I'm trying to ping. There it goes.
Yeah.
With my Alliance Plasma Pistol, 13 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 21 fire damage.
Yeah, I mean, despite the decent fire damage, it does seem to be dampened by the water, so it doesn't just evaporate. It's still... There's like a third of them left.
Gotcha. Okay, and then I'm actually going to go ahead and... I'm just in my head trying to make a decision. I think I'm going to go ahead and shoot this one. I keep pinging wrong. The other worm.
Sure.
With my second attack, Plasma Pistol. 17 to hit.
Yeah.
That's going to be 11 fire damage. Low damage. I don't know, that was like action surge. Everything I did was kind of like puttered out in the turn a little bit. Yeah, I think that's Cleon. That's his whole turn.
Fair enough. I'm going to have to roll a thing to know if this is going to happen. Alright. So, Paul, our security chief, is going to telekinetically just like deliver a stun baton to Patrick Way. Just like put it next to him, and that's his bonus action. And then he is going to I think he's gonna psychic blast as an attack the one in the water. Ooh. There's just sort of like a of energy like around it, and nothing happens. All right, so over to Patrick Way, who's going to get up, and they've been like sort of aware of the situation the whole time, like all of them have, and now that they're like fully in control of themselves and their senses. I think he's just going to take this baton, exit out of Tarlin because he's gone. He's going to take this baton. Oh yeah, he's got way more strength. Okay. So the damage will be different, but he'll turn around and he'll just go, "Sorry, big sis," and smack her in the back of the head.
Ooh.
I'm gonna use his forceful shove because his attack bonus will be the same. That'll hit. The damage of the force baton is, or sorry, the stun baton. That's not it. There it is. Followed by lightning damage. Oh, interesting. How did that second one get messed up like that? What? I'm not even sure how that happens. So it's 6 and 6, so 12 damage.
When retelling the story, it should be, this is going to hurt me more than it hurt you. And then he hits her.
Right. It's funny. Alright. But she is a tough son of a bitch, so she is still standing.
Mm.
Oh, I did +2. It should have been +4, so it actually would have been 2 higher. Alright. This one's gonna sort of try and bob across the water, and it gets next to Armilla. And that's its full turn. Patty is going to punch her brother. Oh, where did she go?
No.
How did I do this? Okay. Oh my god. She just kicks the crap out of him. He's still standing, but he's like, oh god!
Jeez.
Xylos.
So, yes, roll, like, there's those 4 worms in me.
13 piercing damage.
Okay, and speaking of, this is going to hurt me a lot more than it's going to hurt me. I will say, gut reaction plan A was going to be this, but with the phase blade. So,
Okay.
I'm going to sit myself down on the steps and sort of wide form taser at my legs and shoot my legs with a wide form taser.
Fingers crossed that'll do something.
Yes, because the other plan was a lot more gruesome and with the phase blade, so let's see if this does something.
Roll that damage.
And I'm also going to have to sort of con save on myself here.
Go for it.
Okay, I've not stunned myself.
He's like,
at least.
Why
What
is
is
this
it with
another
gyros and
time
tasers?
where I'm tasing myself?
Yeah.
Why does this keep happening?
You're fairly certain that was ineffective.
Gosh darn it. And oh, hold on, I need to take. That lightning, would that have been blocked by my shield? I guess so.
So I believe you automatically hit yourself.
Yes.
No, shit. Lightning
Basically,
damage and
just trying to
melee
work
damage.
out if it goes straight to health
No.
or not.
Lightning damage and melee damage are dealt half and half.
Okay.
It is specifically lightning damage that's the other thing that's dealt half and half. But you're fairly certain that wasn't effective.
Yeah. Gosh. Next time's going to be more gruesome. I'm going to bonus action med patch again.
I just picture you like bandaging the wounds.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice. It's 18.
Hold on. I was 7. Okay.
At the end of your turn, you are now poisoned.
Yeah.
All right. Mirma is going to do a psychic blast against Patty. which I believe is just a wisdom save, which will fail. 13 psychic damage. Armilla.
Yo,
You've got some worms next to you.
I do. Where'd they come from? The water, right?
Across the way, actually. Across the way through the water.
Yeah, I just have one right next to me.
Yep.
Can I jump backwards to here?
Yeah. I think you guys at this point are noticing that the worms can't do the attacks of opportunity.
I was about to click my shield belt instead.
That'll hit. Excuse me. Damage. Oh, obliterated. More craters. I mean, it's not quite the 92 damage you did the last time, but it is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want to move anymore?
Nope.
What just got shot?
One of the worms. Well, this
one
They
one
were across the river.
moves into your space and is going to chomp at you. So give me a Constitution save, Cleon.
For me, right?
19.
Oh, Cleo.
No, Cleon. That's a success. So you're just going to take. Well, butts. Let's try that again. 9 piercing damage, which will be reduced to what? 2 and 2 again.
Yeah.
And then it's your turn. It looks like all you got left is this one next to you and Patty, who seems to be trying to shake it off, but is just not doing well.
Oh, and you heal 4.
Yeah, 4 hit points.
I'm definitely moving. I don't see anything else but Patty and the worms, right? So
Not currently, but I think you are aware that the older gentleman that you guys followed the trail from is not here. So he could be elsewhere.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm just gonna move there and shoot at the worms with
Sure.
the Alliance Plasma Pistol. 10, I think, hits
Yeah, 10 hits. They're very easy to hit.
for 10 fire.
That drops
Man.
him.
Good, I'm rolling low. And I got 20 more feet I can move. What am I gonna do about Patty? You know what? Yeah, let's see. I've been wanting to try this. I'm gonna kind of move back to where I was, and then I'm gonna go ahead and with the sleep spell. It basically talks about, here, let's just do this.
Yeah. Roll it.
All creatures, but can I exclude people from it? Because I want to put Patty to sleep, but nobody else.
Creatures you choose.
Okay. So 27 hit points. If I
She's
guess
out
if she
like a
has
light.
Okay.
But you definitely still see like the writhing and the moving around. But she appears to be unconscious.
Crap. Control Z. I can't cast a spell and attack all in the same turn. So
Oh, that's
Control
right.
Z. Okay, so I didn't cast any spells. I'm going to, with my second attack, I'm gonna attack Patty. I guess I'm not gonna move. I'm just gonna shoot her
Go for it.
with the Alliance pistol. I hope I don't kill her, but it's like,
Well, are you trying not to kill her?
yeah, I'm trying not to kill her. This will be non-lethal for sure. 26 to hit.
Yeah.
So I guess 12 damage, 12 fire, 24 fire, really, but
Right.
halved.
She falls unconscious, and these guys are gonna have to. The two swarms that were remaining within her, because she had already spat out the one.
Right.
Well, I seem to have run out of swarms on the map. I think that's because of the glitched out one that messed everything up. Come on. There it goes. The butts. Why on God's green earth did it do that? So she will also be making death saves. But that is it for you, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. There's really no point in moving necessarily, so I'm fine. Cleon's done.
Fair enough. Paul will move over here, and he will try to blast one of these guys, and not roll a 1 this time. I believe he's used. This will be his 4th one. That's the wrong thing. This will be his 4th one. 26 to hit this guy. I think that does it.
26.
Right. 7 damage on it. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Alright, I will call that a failure. So, yeah, he's going ham. I mean, he only has the 1 attack, which again, we'll use this. Which will hit, and that will do, in total, because these guys aren't resistant or vulnerable to either of these damage types, so we'll just combine them. Yeah, he's just like, like smashing this swarm of bugs, and he manages to kill the remainders that were left from what Paul did.
He's just tap dancing on him.
Patty is going to make a death save. She fails. Xylos, you do not take any piercing damage.
Oh, I do not.
But you are poisoned.
And okay, can I sort of still see them like working on burrowing into me or whatnot?
No,
or,
I think it feels like they're already like deep under your skin, like they've
Right.
settled in, like maybe even beneath the musculature.
That is.
But as you're thinking about it, and you're sort of remembering back to what's happened so far, and the only thing that really comes to mind is they do not like fire.
Yeah. So yes, I'm just looking at my plasma pistol. Do I? Don't I? Do I? Don't I? And for this moment, all I'm going to do, like, yes, poison, but I'm just going to use, like, well, pondering it, just use that plasma pistol to try and shoot at the remaining one over there.
Yeah, go for it.
And disadvantage, yes. for a solid miss.
Oh yeah, that'll miss. They have very little AC, but not that little.
Yeah.
They are not a gelatinous cube.
Yeah.
Which I think is 6.
And just sort of, crap, how do I get it out of me? And that's my turn.
Oh, hey, as a heads up, your pistol's set wrong. It switched to strength. So that might not actually be a 7. That might be something else.
Oh, gosh, yeah, that's not a -1. That should have been a dex, right? So
Yeah.
that's 4 higher, so at 11.
That would have hit.
Ah, okay.
Glad I checked. Well, a 27 doubled will kill it. The last one that you guys can see is down. You guys,
Nice.
unbeknownst to some of you, just have to worry about the ones inside Xylos, and then possibly wherever, what's his name, Bell Glorapek is?
Hmm.
You guys are technically out of turn order. What would you like to do?
Can I do another scan for Belgorapek?
Yeah, Bell Glorapek, go ahead and roll your scan. Xylos, do you announce to the group that you are now infested?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to have
I
my...
imagine... sorry to interrupt, but I imagine, Cleon, as you're like doing your scan, Patrick steps up to you and he's like, medical, and motions towards Patty.
That's what I was going to say. That I was going to go.
Oh, if you want to run over and do it, yeah, this is all like pretty well simultaneous. So he gets up and he says that, and you show up, and you. What would you like to do?
Oh, just put the med patch that I have on her.
Okay, so she's going to be up and conscious. What were you going to do, Xylos?
So Xylos is going to sort of have his drone sort of like doing like full scan of him, like full sort of orbital scan style, and say, "There's some inside of me. How do I get them out?" While sort of
doesn't detect
T-posing
anything.
and yeah.
The drone says it doesn't detect anything.
And he is announcing that to people.
You.
Yeah.
I think this is a good time, and with the walk you guys took to get over here, the timing's going to be pretty good. And Cleon, you do detect another life form sort of in that general direction. That way, down the water. But your radio starts to chirp like it's sort of to all of you, I suppose. And it's just whoever answers first.
Xylos is a bit distracted.
Cleon will answer.
It's Wobblestone again, and he's like, well, with the help of the doctors here, I seem to have discovered that these individuals are infested with some form of creature that it mimics their biosignature once it is inside them. Have you noticed anything of the sort?
Sort of.
Cleon will as concisely as possible explain what we've just experienced to Cobblestone. Trying to catch all the strong points of the worms and, pretty much everything that happened, but again, as concisely as possible.
We've modified the sensors to detect the very slight, and gets into, like some sciencey jargon of like 0.01 megahertz sensor variants that will allow you to detect them. And we've discovered that virtually every member of the colony, other than Vatborn and dwarves, seem to possess these creatures within them, though most of them, it's 1 or 2. Whereas those lying in the clinic and those that wandered away, it appears to be significantly more. Which you did hear that, Xylos, if you want to, make those changes to your drone.
100%.
Oh yeah, and you find them like sort of like they're burrowed like oh, this is gross to think about, like behind your calf, like between the calf muscle, and they're just like sort of chilling there for the moment. But now that you know
When they
their
cut your
exact
leg off.
location, it'll be a lot easier to get them out. You're still pretty sure
Yes,
it'd be easiest with fire, though.
I'm gonna turn off my shield belt.
Yeah.
And sit myself down again. And this is gonna take a moment, just while, with everyone discussing things. But what's eventually gonna happen is he's gonna shoot himself in the back of the calf, or down the side of the calf.
Yeah, go for it. I'm assuming, doing your best not to fatally injure yourself, so you're going to do half damage. So just roll.
Yeah.
Well, you got to roll the attack first, but roll your damage.
With a sort of modified med pack at the ready of.
Sure.
Oh. It's point blank range.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you definitely hit yourself. And if you didn't, you missed and then
Ouch.
tried again. It's fine. So yeah, you're gonna take 12 because it's gonna be half, so 11 damage. Damage reduction. So
could Cleon say something after the first shot?
Yeah, you see the first shot, and then he immediately shoots himself
Yeah.
again, but you can't say something.
Like Cleon,
Xylos yelps out upon shooting himself. Yeah, this is not a
Cleon,
silent matter.
I think Cleon would be approaching this and say, "Wait,
No, it's like,
do you think this is what Cobblestone would do? Would this be what Cobblestone would prescribe to solve this situation? Are you dying? Do you feel like you're okay?"
I do not feel like I'm okay.
Just
I
like a
feel like I
scorch
can
mark
barely
on his
hold this
calf.
gun straight.
If all is false, do you want me to cut your leg off? I mean,
you cut your leg off, pulls the trigger. What?
like literally everyone in the area totally understands Cleon's confused. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like,
but I mean,
he's
as you shoot yourself in the leg, and take the 8 damage or whatever it is, the 4 worms like start weaseling their way out of your leg.
Ooh.
And I imagine Cleon's like, oh, and then stomps on them.
Oh, right.
And you're gonna have my sort of drone scanning me again with the modified information. Just any more?
There don't appear to be any more. And Patty's just like looking up at you, Cleon, and she's like, wouldn't the phase blade have been easier?
That's what I thought. But
I think Patrick is like, thank you very much. I think I need to go sleep for a week.
Sleep somewhere worm-proof.
He's like, maybe we go back to the clinic first. And Patty's like, I really don't want to go back to the clinic. And he's like, I think we go back to the clinic first and make sure everything's okay. And she kind of just sighs. And she's like, you're probably right. I see. And Sage Fog just comes up and she's like, well, it seems Tylen already left. I think we're okay enough to head back to the town. I remember seeing Bel Gloripek wandered that way, but we haven't seen him in quite some time. So you probably want to go see about him while we all get back to the clinic.
Yeah. So we'll stay here and everybody else will leave, including Paul, or?
I think Paul is like, yeah, I will escort them back.
Okay.
Like he it's not like he doesn't trust them, it's he doesn't trust that they're healthy enough to get there on their own. So he's gonna go back with them. So it's just gonna be the 3 of you. And you guys are gonna head towards that signature?
Yes, after reactivating my
You are no longer poisoned, by the way.
Shield. Ah, excellent.
I imagine you hurt, and you're going to remember that for a very long time, but you're no longer
Somehow
poisoned.
this keeps happening.
We gotta give you some kind of nickname with taser in it.
Taser pants. But you guys continue. I'm assuming Armilla is doing so as well. You guys continue down the moisture runoff, and you eventually find Bel Glorapek sort of like 3/4 of the way submerged in the water here. You're not entirely sure if he's alive, to be honest, but he did sort of register on the scanner, but it can be an hour old, it can be 2 hours old, it's hard to tell with scanners. But you do see, like, every once in a while, like, a couple of these worms, like, drop into the water out of his mouth.
And I pick him up, just pick him up out of the water and put his corpse on dry land or whatever?
Sure.
Okay. Like, I won't telekinetically do it, but I should be able to generally just pick him right up like I'm picking up a cooler.
Sure. Yeah, you pick him up, you set him down.
I'm keeping a healthy distance.
Yeah.
You can say for absolute certain that there's lots of worms wriggling around in this guy. Like, you don't even have to do the scanner, you can just tell. It seems like somehow there were just more worms in him, which isn't clear. Like, you just don't know how that's possible.
Okay.
Or I guess less how that's possible and more how that happened. Are you trying to talk,
What was his
Mothership?
job?
What was his job? He ran the humidity director.
Yes.
It was in the second most humid part of the colony.
So I'm wondering, because we need to find the, what is it called? There's a good word for it. The place where these worms came from, where they started. And I have a feeling that it's where he does the majority of his work if he had the most in him.
Yeah, it's quite possible, potentially probable. I don't know why I said that. So, would you guys like to do something about this worm-infested body, or what?
I think we need to burn it so they don't spread. Sorry for his family, but we can't risk taking it back to town.
Sure.
Leon would just double check. Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then, I don't know, we could both just alliance pistol the corpse, or one of us, or whatever.
Yeah.
I think one of you guys can shoot the corpse, and the other two stand at the ready to shoot whatever comes out, kind of thing.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So I imagine you guys do that, and you guys, you guys have to do it sort of multiple times, where you kill all of the worms that weasel their way out.
Weasel?
Excuse me. That's what I said. and eventually sort of burn away the body. Would you guys like to radio this thought back to the camp, or would you guys back to the clinic, or would you like to head back to this guy's place?
Are we done here?
We can radio while walking.
You didn't really see any other life signs of any kind, even with the modification applied. It doesn't.
How about
other than some what's the word? Just some random worms that are about.
Gotcha.
But you don't see any big masses or anything.
Right. I'll scan again, but if you're telling me that no matter what I roll, I don't get anything, that's good enough for me. As we're leaving, I'll just do one more scan.
Anything else of note here? There are some, as I mentioned, some just random worms scattered about.
Mm-hmm.
But this doesn't even if you hunt down all these worms, it's not going to solve the problem. You need to
right,
figure out how to solve the problem.
Right. Okay.
Which I think you guys, just to be clear, you're heading back to the guy's house, right? Or the moisture director?
The humidifier place, yeah.
No, where he worked.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Same place,
the humidity
I think, right?
director. You're
Yeah,
in the
his house.
moisture runoff. So you're headed to the humidity director, which is immediately next to his house.
Right.
Sure. So you guys head that way.
Hopefully nobody else has gotten sick and wandered off.
I think you said you gave them all of the information that you had after that fight, right? Just to clarify.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think by the time you guys get back, which is like maybe 10 minutes behind the other group, like no later than when you get back, it's possibly even before that, they radio back that they've used the unfortunate method of basically putting all of them on like just covering them with heating pads to like sort of heat out the worms, and it seems to have worked. There was a bit of an issue where they were almost overwhelmed by worms, but managed to deal with that with the rest of the security force. And they are currently in discussion with possibly temporarily using the humidity director to raise the temperature of the entire like living area to expel these creatures. But I will say, as you guys like sort of get here and it's not going to be quick. It's sort of like a laborious process. Maybe after like 2 hours of searching, you guys do eventually find what could be described as a nest of these worms. But with the knowledge that you have, the weaponry that you have, I mean, hell, you could just go back to the ship and get the plasma cannon, the plasma launcher from Onzo, and just solve this in no time, right? So with that, you managed to just clear this area out of this nest. And as mentioned, they're sort of working on this process to clear them out of the rest of the colony. So you guys head back to the clinic. Mostly probably to pick up Wobblestone and Zasta, since it seems like your job is done here. And that you've managed to finish it up without too many issues. There was one death, unfortunately, with Bell Glorapek, but it seems like, given the way that these worms forcibly expelled from a body, he was pretty old. It's probable he wouldn't have survived that anyway, unfortunately. But as you guys are in the clinic, sort of like wrapping up the situation, right? I believe the Vatborn director scientist, who had been here like consulting with some patients when you guys had come in, he walks up to you guys and he's just like, I want to thank you for solving this problem so that we can, and he motions towards Pirax so that we can get back to more pressing issues. I appreciate your swift execution of the task at hand.
I'm glad we were able to solve your issue.
I don't know, this is probably like a really dickish thing for him to say, but he's definitely going to say it. It was definitely more of the rest of their issue.
Who said that?
Oh, the doctor scientist guy that is the Vatborn director, which you guys don't even know his name. Like, I think it was said once by the other scientist doctor guy. It's Dr. Rothbell. His name is Dr. Rothbell.
Yeah, the frustrated doctor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he goes, go ahead.
Are you struggling with something scientifically?
Well, it is no secret. It is in fact quite well known that all Vatborn, no matter their gender, are sterile, and that they cannot produce offspring. And I am trying to correct this oversight. That is my goal.
Well, I can certainly expand my work to see if there's anything I can do to help. I'm also trying to work to help my species live longer.
Interesting.
So maybe we could share information and different eyes. Sometimes different eyes work.
I think perhaps we can. If you'd like, I could collect some of my records and information with individuals removed for anonymity, of course.
Of course.
And perhaps you could go get your records and documents, and you could come and we could discuss this in an hour or so.
Certainly.
All right, so I think with that we will probably end the session with the other half of the crew like finally going to the pub, while the other half is like, you know, recovering from their hangover the next day, right? Like they're not going to have like both halves of the crew fully drunk. They're not going to do that. I think with the second half, Captain Black is definitely there. And I imagine that's sort of going on the next day. And I just kind of, before we wrap up, wanted to ask if any of you would go spend some time with that portion of the crew, or if you'd skip that.
Before, like, I mean, basically, before all that happened, I was going to say Cleon would want to call. After we were finished, we returned, and a lot of that was being talked about. Cleon, at that time period, would want to call the captain, explain everything that happened, that we were done. Was this a mission in the sense of, I mean, this was a humanitarian mission, wasn't it?
I mean, you were
Basically.
you were hired for a job.
We were hired. Okay, did we
Yes,
get
we are.
paid?
I mean, you will be paid, sure, yeah.
Okay. Then the call is just ultimately to let the captain know that the job should be done. They can process payment, you know.
Job's
So that
done.
would be an immediate concern for not really concern, but, you know, Cleon feels that that's the appropriate standard operating procedure, you know. As soon as the
For
job's
sure.
done, call the captain, let him know.
I imagine the two of them like sort of wandered off having this conversation, and Xylos was just like standing there like, and looks over to you, and you're already like on the radio talking to the captain.
Yeah.
But yeah,
As far as hanging out with the crew, Cleon actually does want to have a conversation with the captain at some point about what he's experienced, and we can deal with that kind of maybe, you know, off
sure,
session. You know what I mean? Like between sessions.
definitely, as per the usual.
Mhm.
But I think with that, we are done here for today, and hopefully we'll be back next week. But you know, we'll see. Life is life, and hopefully we'll be back to Clock Tower next week, next Friday. Unlike we were supposed to do it yesterday, but we didn't. That's fine. Life happens.
Yeah.
But in any case, yeah, thank you all so much for coming. That was a great time, and yeah, hope to catch you next time. And yeah, as always, great gaming.
Have a good one, everyone.
Night.